afternoon, members. Please stand for the chairman. Please stand for the chairman.
Right, welcome back everyone. Please be seated. Hope we had a nice lunch. We did, in the Rufford Suite. Right. Okay, are we all here already? So we will continue with the budget debate. Just to let you know, 21 speakers on the list so far. If everybody took the full 10 minutes, that will take us to probably 5:30, 6 o'clock. So just bear that in mind. Please don't feel compelled to speak if you don't particularly want to. I'm not stifling debate here. I just want to make that clear. But I'm just pointing out the timings. So my next speaker is Councillor Place, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to start with thanking everybody for how fortunate I'll be for the new hub that's opening in Mayo Village tomorrow. I remember it when I went to nursery in that area. And then we had a metal factory thing, yeah. We've had Sheila start, and now we're having the family hub. I'm looking forward to being there tomorrow. I hope everything goes to plan and we get people to send that can pick children up that need help as soon as possible. And the other thing I want to have a little grumble about is what's happening with siding footpaths back in rural areas. The footpaths are getting so narrow you can't get a pram down. You can't even get a push bike sometimes on the footpath itself. They really need to be put forward to be moved on. There's plenty of other things. Mobility scooters are riding on road rather than footways because the footways are all drop curbs and different things, making it difficult. That's all I needed to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Place. Sometimes brevity says a lot, doesn't it? So our next speaker is Councillor Hollis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm very proud to stand here representing Huthwaite, Carswick and Sutton. And long-standing members will know that I've spoken on every single budget debate since 2013 here, Mr. Chairman, and this is in fact my 12th budget. But of course, I will be voting against the council tax rise today. It is the wrong time to keep dipping into residents' pockets. Residents will be looking at this debate today to try and determine who is on their side. It wasn't long ago that the Conservative administration voted to axe funding to the Sure Start Centre for All Saints in Huthwaite. This was just to save £30,000 a year, and it still upsets me today. Imagine my horror, though, Mr. Chairman, when a few weeks ago, thanks to my colleague Francis Purdue-Horan, detective work, we found out that the hypocrites who run this council had spent £40,000 on a rock sculpture near Yorkshire. This money could have near Yorkshire. This money, Mr. Chairman, I don't like to hear the truth, Mr. Chairman. This money could have paid for our Sure Start Centre in Huthwaite for a year with change to spare. Such was the scandal that, of course, that story was covered across the world in international headlines. Councillor Jackson in, of course, what I believe will be his last budget to this council, has the cheek to state that this is a no-cuts budget, but fails to acknowledge its implications. Apart from the maximum use of reserves, it's balanced out of the pockets of the poorest families in our communities. This budget rubber stamps a whopping 13% rise in the cost of school meals, another blow to hard-working families across Nottinghamshire. You plan to increase the cost of a school meal to £3.16 at the same time as a £90 council tax increase. This is shockingly supported by, of course, the Tories and the Labour parties today. Yet how many of you have chosen to put your hands in your own pocket and donated, as my colleague Councillor Josley suggested, £90 to the Chairman's Communities charity? Members, I'm not voting for the £90 increase, you are. Members know that only the independents have fought against privatising school meals and Meals on Wheels. Privatising school meals was always going to lead to a rise in prices. I warned Conservative and Labour councillors 18 months ago that this would happen, but they voted for it anyway, Mr. Chairman. It's the inevitable price of privatisation. Shame on you. This is not, Mr. Chairman, a no-cuts budget. It is a destructive and toxic budget that should humiliate the council. The Conservatives have had 8 years to run this council. 8 years. And what did Ben behaving Bradley leave behind? A financial mess, spiralling costs, and tax hikes that nobody can afford. Of course, Conservative members may remember this analogy. We've got Sam Smith stepping to the crease. The problem is Ben Bradley has snapped the cricket bat in half, and it's too late to nip over to Trent Bridge to get another one. This council is beyond fixing under Tory rule. And the worst part, they actually had a leader, Mr. Chairman, who knew how to manage the budget. Say what you like about Councillor Cutts, former Councillor Kay Cutts, but she knew how to freeze council tax, Mr. Chairman. And I bet they wish you had to stab her in the back now. But it was good to finally hear Councillor Clark say the words they'd wasted money on a cycle lane in Sutton Ashfield. They were certainly words I enjoyed. I wanted to deal with
Point
the
of order,
Labour...
Mr. Mayor.
I wanted to...
Councillor Clark.
Point of
Point of
information,
order.
I never said that we had wasted money. I said that their claim was that we had wasted money, which was wrong.
It was still very good to hear the obvious point that you said those
Carry on,
words out of
Councillor
your
Hollis.
mouth. I wanted to deal, though, Mr. Chairman, with the Labour amendment. Labour are reverting to type with their response, and it's truly exasperating. Labour will again support this rise in council tax. They have chosen to make an opportunistic amendment, but let's be clear about what that amendment really represents. It's a political move designed to pacify their supporters while allowing this Conservative rise to go ahead. Labour's amendment is nothing more than a gesture. They are supporting council tax increases. They are offering some token adjustments that will change nothing to the burden that our residents face. Labour supports this rise in council tax, Mr. Chairman. It is worth remembering that Labour's support for the rise in council tax is not their first failure to stand up for residents of Nottinghamshire. In fact, we only need to look back to the budgets of 2022, 2023 to see where Labour stood when it came to opposing wasteful spending at the county council. Labour voted against an alternative budget proposed by independent councillors in which we called for a significant saving and the cancellation of the extravagant new council HQ at Topwigay Farm. Instead of taking a stand on behalf of taxpayers, Labour sided with Conservatives and allowed this lavish project to continue. Labour had the chance to vote with independents to stop the new office at Topwigay Farm, not once, not twice, but 7 times. And now they want to sell it. Councillor Fold, the leader of the Labour group, called our opposition a gimmick when we tried to stop Oak or Joke House. Now she wants to flog it. You really couldn't make her two-faced, pathetic stabs at politics up. Yeah, councillors.
Councillor Hollis, really, I'd ask you to temper your the language.
Chairman, not only temper, I think we should be having an apology. This is the leader of an opposition group, to be quite honest. Disgraceful behaviour.
Mr. Chairman, this is a passionate time, and the residents of Huthwaite and Carlton have asked me to speak.
Councillor Hollis, it is, yes, we all get passionate, but you need to keep your respect for other members.
Agreed, but people don't like the truth.
Let's move on because time is rushing.
Yeah, Labour councillors have been for an exclusive behind-the-scenes sneak peek tours of the new officers. They've worn the PPE, the high vis, the helmets, touring around this new officers that they've always supported. And while Councillor Smith claims we may not even need the new building after wasting £20 million on it, Labour had the opportunity to stand up for residents, demand a freeze of council tax, to demand better spending decisions and put forward a vision that prioritises the needs of families over unnecessary spending on projects, but instead they chose to play along with the Conservative agenda. Independents today are voting for a freeze of council tax, for cutting wasteful spending and ensuring that every penny of taxpayer money is used to deliver vital services. We have stood up for residents and said no to unnecessary projects like new plush officers for councillors, but we believe that our priorities should be on the people, not on ourselves. I've spoken at budget debates for years, and in 2021 I spoke passionately about the need for this council to look at the investment strategy similar to Ashfield District Council. Ashfield's investments brings in millions of pounds a year is the reason why we're able to freeze council tax this year in Ashfield District Council. This comes just after, of course, the Local Government Association, an independent audit, praised Ashfield's finances. And of course, Mr. Chairman, on top of the council tax freeze, you won't have missed you that we do the Spring Clean, Ashfield Show, Ashfield Fireworks, the new observatory, the stuff around Kings Mill Res, all the projects that people in Ashfield enjoy. But Tory failure to listen, your arrogance, your ineptitude is the reason why council tax will go up in Nottinghamshire. Aided and abetted by the Labour Party, you have let residents down again, and we know they won't forget. I urge members to vote against this rising council tax. It's too much and will hurt those most in need. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Hollis. I'll count up the number after the next speaker because there's a lot here about in mind. Councillor Sam Smith, you indicated to speak, so I'll bring you in now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank Councillor Richard Jackson and Councillor Camilleri for their excellent and detailed presentation of this year's budget. Despite what we've heard, this Conservative administration is once again delivering a well-managed, no-cuts budget that puts our residents first. Chairman, this budget is about investing in the things that matter most to the people of Nottinghamshire. It protects frontline services, it invests in our community, and it keeps council tax as low as possible whilst maintaining financial stability. In contrast to other councils that have burdened residents with service cuts and excessive tax hikes, we Conservatives have made responsible decisions which has enabled us to keep council tax increases low. In fact, Mr. Chairman, we've already heard it, but we'll hear it again. Under this Conservative administration, by not increasing council tax by the maximum for 4 years in a row, we have saved residents of Nottinghamshire £22 million. We've not had to cut our budgets, and instead we have increased spending on services year on year. And on the note of increasing spending on services, Mr. Chairman, we are again increasing spending this year by £64 million. What will that £64 million go on? The budget will deliver over £100 million of capital investment in roads, schools and infrastructure, £14 million again into the protection of our libraries and enhancement of them. Record investment into our highways and pavements because fixing our roads is a top priority for residents. £9.5 million extra for children's services, £1.7 million extra for adult social care, and a further enhanced gully cleansing programme of over £4 million, which will include drainage and repairs and improvements in Haddon Crescent in Chilwell, Woodborough and Burton Joyce villages, Kirklington, Lichfield Lane, Berry Hill Park in Mansfield, and Pinkston Lane in Kirkby and Ashfield, to name just a few, Mr. Chairman. I'll turn to Labour's amendment now. We will not be supporting it, and frankly, they should be embarrassed by it, particularly as it's taken you 4 years to come up with it. People in Nottinghamshire are crying out, Mr. Chairman, for additional investment into road and pavement repairs. And what is Labour's response, Mr. Chairman? Rip out £3.3 million of the highways budget and instead redesign and paint over some family hub signs. You couldn't make it up. And then they talk about a pavement repair fund, as if we're not already doing exactly that. In fact, Mr. Chairman, the Conservative budget in front of you is investing £4 million into pavement repairs, an increase of £500,000 and £2.5 million more than Labour are recommending. And what pavements are due to be repaired with the £4 million us Conservatives are investing in? Saltford Road in Hucknall, Seaburn Road in Towton, Pinfold Close and Crescent in Woodborough, Hollies Drive in Edwalton, and Shelford Road in Radcliffe-on-Trent, to name just a few. On flood defences, Labour's...
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Can the leader confirm that River Green Crescent in Bramcote is on that list? Because 2 elderly residents on that road fell on the pavements last week, and it's not on your list. So stop gaslighting us. Thank you.
That's not really a point of order, Councillor Carr. I would imagine that Councillor Smith doesn't have a complete list of roads. I'm sure they will be available in the future. Councillor Smith, carry on, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify, £4 million is going into the pavement repairs that you're about to vote against at the end of this meeting. And the 5 rows I've listed is just a few. So tell your residents you voted against £4 million into pavement repairs. Let's get on to flood defences, Mr. Chairman. Labour's amendment tries to paint a picture that nothing is happening, but that couldn't be further from the truth, could it? This year, our team have secured over £120 million in external funding for flood alleviation projects across Nottinghamshire. Working with our partners to reduce flood risk, we have recently completed projects in Woodborough, Costcock, Burton Joyce, Southwell and Loudon. And, Mr. Chairman, we will continue to deliver additional flood mitigation schemes in the year ahead across Nottinghamshire, well above Labour's suggested £1.2 million. And then there's the proposal by Labour to sell off Oak House for a few million quid. A building, Mr. Chairman, that is bringing council services together, reducing property costs for this council, which will result in savings of millions of pounds each year. More importantly, Mr. Chairman, Oak House is moving people's services, adults and children's, closer to where the demand is in the north. What the Labour amendment fails to tell us, Mr. Chairman, is where they plan to find the extra £50 million required to repair and bring County Hall up to standard once they've sold off our new office space. The bottom line is this, Mr. Chairman. Our Conservative budget delivers real investment in roads, pavements, flood defences, children's services and adult services. What does Labour amendment do? It is nothing more than just a dangerous mix of bad decisions, political stunts, and a reduction in spending on the roads, a reduction on spending on pavements, and a reduction on spending on flood defences. That is why we will not be voting for it. Chairman, we Conservatives have always said that repairing Nottinghamshire roads and highway infrastructure is a top priority, because we know it's the top priority of residents too. That is why earlier this month I decided to allocate £3.3 million extra into repair methods that the former Labour leader of this council cancelled, removing the 5-year protection of the highways that received that treatment. And what roads are going to be done with that £3.3 million, Mr. Chairman? I can tell you. It will include the B6030 Mansfield Road in Clipston, the Avenue in Mansfield, Wilford Lane, West Bridgeford, the B6045 Blythe Road Worksop to Blythe, Westdale Lane in Gedling, the A60 97 from Loudon roundabout to Gunthorpe, the A612 Collick Loop Road, the A620 Road in Newark, the A611 Hucknall Bypass, the A60 75 Ollerton Road and Mansfield Road, the A17 Beckenham Road in Coddington, Derby Road in Stapleford, and the A38 Kingsmill Road. And Mr. Chairman, there is even more roads across the county that will be repaired. I can promise you that, with additional highways funding expected in March, and I really do look forward to coming to council to amend the capital programme with that over £70 million of investment. We Conservatives will also continue to invest, Tom, are you listening, £9 million to protect and support essential bus routes across the county, including the 141 that was saved by Councillor Tom Smith, taking people to Nottingham, to Sutton in Ansfield. The 37 Newark to Retford via Tuxford. The 61 from Kelverton to Nottingham, and the 528 Beeston to Selston. The list goes on, Mr. Chairman, but it is clear that us Conservatives are ensuring residents have access to good public transport. Another thing we Conservatives are extremely proud of is the fact that we have never closed a library. In fact, we've invested £30 million into them, upgrading buildings, boosting digital access and expanding resources. That has happened in Birkcoats, Bilsthorpe, Blidworth, Burton Joyce, Ollerton, Woodthorpe, Hucknall and Newark, and with towns funds supporting Kirkby and Ashfield and Stapleford. Our libraries remain vibrant hubs for all, offering everything from toddler groups and sewing clubs to adult learning. And our budget today, again, Mr. Chairman, increases and enhances our library investment to £14 million of investment. This Conservative budget today also continues our proud investment into supporting voluntary groups throughout our county, with over £800,000 of grants spread across the county, with funding towards upgraded parks, community gardens and to improve sports facilities, making Nottinghamshire the great place to live that it is. Mr. Chairman, Nottinghamshire is among a very few councils in the country that maintain a thriving youth service, which play a key role in providing young people with avenues to learn and have fun and grow. This is why we Conservatives continue to invest in the youth service, Mr. Chairman, as this budget makes clear. And we are improving SEND services, Mr. Chairman. Our multi-million pounds of investment into recruiting extra officers dedicated to SEND and EHCP services has resulted in a 25% increase in the number of EHCPs issued within the statutory timescale just last year, Mr. Chairman. And that is despite an increase in demand by 25%. We Conservatives are again proposing an increase into the SEND budget today, Mr. Chairman. We're also investing in extra SEND school places and a £30 million brand new SEND school in Mansfield, which overall will create nearly 500 SEND school places by the end of next year. All this has been achieved, Mr. Chairman, against an incredibly difficult national backdrop caused by the Labour government that have given us a £31 million bill. But, Mr. Chairman, we've not passed that on to the residents. Thanks to sound financial management overseen by Conservative councillors, we have not passed it on. Stark contrast to Labour-run City, who are increasing council tax by the maximum and cutting services. And what is really worrying, Mr. Chairman, which we'll come on to in March when we talk about local government reorganisation, there is a threat that parts of our county could end up in the city. And I want to reassure residents that this Conservative administration will continue fighting to keep all existing county residents within our county boundary with access to the high quality services that I've just outlined. Chairman, under this Conservative administration, Nottinghamshire is financially stable while other councils are not. We're investing in roads, schools and libraries and social care while other councillors are cutting services. We're keeping council tax low. That's saved £22 million over the past 4 years for our residents. With this budget, we Conservatives will continue to invest in every community. We're getting things done and continuing to deliver on the priorities of Nottinghamshire residents, and we should all vote for it.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. 24 more names, and the next name on the list is Councillor Madden, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was advised this morning not to lose my temper. So please use this statement to show an understatement of my feelings towards this budget. Today, I stand here deeply disappointed, but not surprised. Once again, this Conservative administration has let down the people of Nottinghamshire. As Cabinet Member for Finance at Ashfield District Council, I am incredibly proud that we have been able to freeze our council tax there, not by cutting services, not by making excuses, but through prudent, independently recognised financial stability and excellence. And yet, here we are again today, watching this council demand more money from the residents, claiming it has no choice. That is simply not true. For years, we have told the Conservatives exactly what needed to be done. Since 2018, at every single budget meeting, me and my colleagues have urged them to invest, to be more business-minded, to generate income instead of constantly squeezing our residents. Ashfield did. And as a result, we bring in over 4 million a year in profit. Money that subsidises vital services for local people. Had the county council followed our lead instead of arrogantly ignoring us, they would not be in this mess. The difference, 28 million on lost revenue this account alone, this year alone. 112 million pounds lost over the time because of your incompetence. 112 million that could have saved services, prevented cuts, and kept taxes lower, if not needed. Conservative arrogance has cost this county dearly. You should hang your heads in shame. I give you some quotes from local residents, and these are all in the public domain, so I am not making them up. Richard Jones said, "The roads are a disgrace. Cars are supposed to be roadworthy, but the roads aren't even car-worthy. I have had to have 2 new suspension springs fitted. I applied for compensation. They brushed it away with a lame excuse. It wasn't my fault. The roads aren't good enough to drive on. Where has the money gone? I know it's waste, and I know there's a lot of it in every corner of the council, and I know I could make savings given the chance to prevent the very topic of raising council tax. But who is listening?" Sasha Jeffson, and I quote, "I don't agree with the increase at all. Most of the services we receive from the council are poor at best. The drainage and flooding is never fixed, so it's a constant battle when the rain is heavy. The condition of the high streets is dismal, depressing. The condition of the roads is absolutely appalling. And then they make all the hard-working people pay more, and the services get worse year upon year. This isn't even the slightest bit fair." Sandra Rill, "Not happy at all. I can't afford that increase. I'm a pensioner who can't claim pension credit, who has lost the winter fuel allowance, note, and whose energy costs are rising. Please note, Labour government, what are they doing for me?" Chris Yates, "The infrastructure simply cannot cope with the volume of traffic at junction 28 of the M1. A prime example, and with another company relocating to junction 27, the roads are simply going to get worse before they get better. Hence why local resurfacing companies are rubbing their hands because VIA can't cope." Emma Sampson, "Absolutely not happy about having to pay more when services are being cut. We're going to be paying more for less." So what do we say to these concerned residents and the hundreds of thousands of others across Nottinghamshire who are deeply concerned how they will continue to cope as you squeeze every last penny from them? I know what I will say. Change is coming. Better people are ready to take over. And when the independents win control in May, we will do what we have always done. Deliver real change. Rebuild trust. and never let the people of Nottinghamshire down. As I say, this is an understatement of my real feelings, but I promised I wouldn't swear.
No.
But I will vote against your pickpocketing tax hike. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Madden. I think we're still on 24, and next speaker is Councillor Henshaw, please.
Thank you, Chair, for bringing me in. I mean, I've also participated in many budget debates in this council, but I hope I've never dropped into the system of being overtly obnoxious and personal towards anybody in this chamber, because I honestly think when you digress to such personal tactics, you begin to lose the argument. So, and I was always taught as an ardent trade unionist, you sit and you listen, and then you analyse what's being said, and then you make comment on it. But you let the person that's making the point make the point, and that is a good recipe for good debate. It might be uninspiring drivel coming from the Conservatives in relation to I mean that purely simply with a tongue in cheek. You know, I mean, when you're selective with the facts, that's quite okay. When you're low on the truth, that's okay as well. But I mean, I don't want to dwell on what happened in the past, because I think with Nottinghamshire and the country's got a bright future. But let's look at the facts in relation to local government and local government finance. Now, there's been no mention about the underfunding of local government for the last 14 years, which is a fact. You can speak to anybody in relation to local government finance, and local government have been underfunded. And to be honest, I don't think any government that's in power values and looks at local government as they should. That is why we have local councils. That is why we're going to be moving into a new authority, so that local government can have a stronger voice to argue with central government, who sometimes don't listen. And that's not being critical of any particular stripe. But you know, you keep bringing up about Nottingham City. If you look at the problems that Nottingham City has as an authority and the underfunding that it's achieved, it's not necessarily bad management that led. It's not necessarily bad management that led to the problems. It isn't. It's not. Because, and you've got to agree with this, that that there are many councils of different political stripes, Northampton Tory, Thurrock Tory, Liberal Democrats, and councils under no overall control, who have struggled because of local government funding. 114 notices have gone out, not only to Labour councils. So, you know, let's talk about that sort of thing. And our friends on my left here have mentioned about Labour now being third party in this chamber. Well, I don't mind being third party if I lose our position through an election, because that is democracy. And people go out, and they'll go out on May the 1st, and they will vote. And they will vote for the party that they feel will be doing the better job. Now, people can go out and they can vote for the party that's all things to all people. They can go out and they can vote for the Conservatives, who's got a track record that they may want to defend. So that people may vote for you. They may want to go out and vote for the extreme right-wing party. The extreme right-wing party that's a mate of Tommy Robinson, that do not believe in trade unionism. They don't believe in the NHS. They want an American insurance system. They're run by millionaires for millionaires. Now, people will go out and they will vote if they wish to vote for that party. That's democracy. So we come back here, and at the end of the day, whoever's in charge, we're in charge or will be in charge because of what the people have said. And that's an important thing, and we must never, ever forget that. I'm going to support the Labour amendment because I feel that the amendment will enhance the lives of the people in Mansfield West. I think that what we're proposing will enable people in Mansfield West to be more, no, they will be able to say that flood defences are a priority. They will be able to say that the pavements and the roads are a priority. So there are good things in our amendment. And at the end of the day, if this council decides not to pass it, well, that is this council's prerogative. It amazes me, though, nobody's mentioned the extra £34 million that the government gave to this council. All you want to talk about is the effect of the national insurance increase or the effect of the living wage. I remember the exact same arguments in relation to the minimum wage when that came in 1998. Everybody was against it. It was going to cause millions of jobs. People were going to be thrown on the dole because we were trying to pay people that were doing the most valuable work in society a decent wage. Now we've increased the living wage up to £12.20, whatever it is next year. Everybody jumping on the bandwagon again and saying, well, it's going to cost jobs. But I'm telling you now, I've been a spokesperson from the Labour group in regards to adult social care and health. And one of the big issues that we've always found is retention and recruitment of staff. Even when Councillor Barney was in charge, and it's been a constant headache for us. Now, I'm not saying that giving people in those sorts of jobs, the main issue is wages, but it's one of the issues why people don't offer themselves to go into care or to be care workers. And by increasing that, I think it will have an effect on the retention and recruitment of care workers. I could be wrong, but I think it was. People that I speak to who work in the industry are looking forward to that increase, and it will make a difference. So at the end of the day, the proof of the pudding's in the eating, and we'll see how things work out. The other thing I want to mention as well, bearing in mind I was talking about this right-wing extreme party, that party has stabbed the Ukraine in the back. We, in this council, have shown our solidarity and support against Russian aggression, and we should be behind the Ukraine 100%, irrespective of what political party we come from in this chamber. Anyway,
Chair,
I'm going to...
Chair, point of order, Chair. None of us know what this right-wing party is that Councillor Henshaw talks about. It could be some mythical party.
Councillor Dodley, you may speak.
Oh, thank you, Chair.
You hadn't actually asked me if you could speak, but I will aim
do
to be brief
apologise,
because we're on a roll.
Point of order. Might I be privileged to say a few words, Councillor?
Yes. The key word there, Councillor Dodley, is brief because you're just picking up a point of order.
I'm
very briefly.
only picking up a point of order.
And with it,
The fact that it extends to the entirety of the contribution of Councillor Henshaw is neither here nor there. He has some mystical idea. Oh, sit down, Councillor Henshaw. Sit down, Councillor Henshaw. You sit down, Councillor Henshaw. You sit down, Councillor Henshaw.
Councillor Henshaw, just sit down.
Sit down next to me.
Councillor
Come on,
Dodley.
Councillor Henshaw. Oh, have we ever heard such a sorry,
Councillor Dodley.
sorry. Sit down next to
Councillor
me.
Dodley.
Oh, I feel I'm back in the 1990s.
Whatever. Yes.
Oh, Chair,
Councillor Dodley.
I'm only asking for
Councillor
some
Dodley, you-
clarification on the mythical party that's this extreme right-wing
Okay,
party.
right, thank
which
you.
doesn't actually exist. I don't have to mention it because it's a mythical party in Councillor
Councillor
Henshaw's
Dodley.
mind. And we will not. We will.
Councillor Dodley. Sit down.
Hang on, Chair. Hang on, Chair. You can't start to talk about saying that you won't insult anybody and then go on to insult everybody. I've heard something.
Councillor
we lost the plot here. If you're standing, he should sit down.
Councillor Dodley.
Let's get rid of him then.
Councillor
Let's get him out of the chamber then.
Councillor Dodley.
I haven't even started.
Sit down.
I want to
If
get on
you
about
want to
this
speak
mythical
later,
party,
you
Chair.
can indicate to speak later. Now sit down. And stop making a fool.
All right, Chair. All right. But I still want to know about this mythical party.
Sit down. Councillor Henshaw, I'm very sorry you were interrupted like that. Please continue, bearing in mind there isn't a lot of time left.
Relation to this mythical party that he knows what we're talking about. And, oh, sorry. I'm just going to say I support the Labour amendment, even despite being interrupted cruelly. And I used to have respect for doctors, but there we go. Oh, cheers, kid.
But you can't get an appointment anymore, can you?
We need to move on, and whilst it might be fun to have little shows and things, we are discussing a very serious issue today, so please keep that in mind. And as I say, the time is racing on and a lot of speakers need to speak, and let's calm down. We need to go to Councillor Jonathan Wheeler now, please.
Well, follow that, eh? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, first of all, I'd like to, again, place on record my thanks to my adult social care team. We've got people working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, giving care to over 13,000 of our residents. From the many visits myself and Councillor Thompson have been on with our teams, their passion and commitment is clear to see, and we very much value the work they do. Mr. Chairman, we continue to see huge pressure on our services. We have an ageing population with increasing health needs, and this is only going to be exacerbated in future years. This is why we urgently need the social care reforms bringing forward, which have been pushed into long grass by this new government. After pressure on ourselves, fellow councils and bodies including ADAS, the government have provided some additional funding following their disappointing budget, but it's not enough to meet the high costs we and our partners are facing. Our social care providers are looking at £31 million of additional pressures as a result of the Chancellor's budget, which puts the social care market under immense pressure and could have a devastating impact on those who are being cared for in the community. This also places a huge burden on us to increase the support we give to our care partners, while at the same time not being fully compensated for the additional costs the government has placed upon us. Also want to point to the national living wage increase, which Councillor Henshaw mentioned. Of course, very much welcome the increased money for our staff, and of course the work that Councillor Barney did to increase the funding ourselves that we pay to our teams. But the fact is we need that to be fully funded, otherwise it's just an additional pressure and puts even more pressure onto our services. The cost of living new care packages for older and working age adults has increased by 18%, a combination of cost increases and additional care needs for the people we look after. We have also seen an unexpected £13 million reduction in income from the ICB for our jointly funded care packages, following a review of their own finances, which has had a huge impact on our in-year budget. Despite the increase in costs and the uncontrollable income drop, we have worked hard to bring forward savings and transform our ways of working to reduce our overspend as much as possible, while still delivering the care our residents deserve and expect. Our technology-enabled care work is not only saving us money, forecast to be 2.7 million this financial year. It's enhancing the care we give to residents, giving many of them more independence while being sure that care is on hand if they need it. Our brokerage scheme has started to be rolled out, bringing in a dedicated team to arrange care packages and allowing our carers to spend more time caring and less time on paperwork, which I know has been welcomed by those carers I've been speaking to. This has saved us over £600,000 since September alone. We're forecasted saving over £1 million a year when it's fully rolled out later this year, along with a £300,000 forecast saving due to our excellent work in reducing the voids we have. As a council, we've worked with our hospitals to get people back home quicker when they're ready to be discharged. We have teams in every hospital in Nottinghamshire working alongside health colleagues, and their great work has halved the number of people who are waiting in hospital or are able to return home, saving the NHS money and delivering better outcomes for our residents. In October 2024, an NHS England regional peer review praised the Nottingham model, the strong multi-agency teamwork, patient-centred approach and home-first ethos. We know how important it is for our residents to be able to stay in their own home if they feel they're able to. This is why myself and Tom have been pressing the government to increase the funding to give for the disabled facility grants as part of the Better Care Fund, so we can get additional funding to our district borough council partners to be able to adapt home to our residents. Government have announced some new funding, but this translates to only £2 million extra for all of Nottinghamshire, which is a drop in the ocean. We are working, however, with our district and borough councils to look at ways to change the funding model ourselves, since the government have not yet done that, to make sure we can target the areas that need support most. We are creating a new discharge covenant for the next year. In response to the large increase in the number of people with mental health, learning disability and autism who need to be discharged from hospital and require ongoing support. We've also implemented our new day opportunity strategy, where we have transformed our services to ensure we continue to support those who need us, while also supporting people who wish to have more independence and less formal support. And as my colleague Councillor Bradley mentioned about the MASH, having been to the MASH, along with Councillor Smith, and hearing the calls that you do, our teams are taking day in, day out, and the lives they are saving, it's right that we make sure they have the right facilities and able to deliver that support. Where they are now is getting to the end of life. It's costing this council money in terms of repairs and dead money in rent, which I'm sure council going will get into next. So when people talk about Oak House being a waste, I don't see it a waste in having our teams in where they should be, in a properly facility where they can look after our most vulnerable residents. And on the point of council tax as well, I don't think any of us this side like to raise council tax. I certainly don't. But by raising council tax, if we're able to demonstrate what it's going to deliver, and the fact is, if we don't raise the adult social care levy, if we don't raise part of the social care tax, elements of the council tax, I've got to go tell families that we're not going to give them the right support for their relatives. To people we look after most vulnerable, that we have to look at packages. Council Taylor will have to do the same for children we look after, many services across. So when people talk about putting up taxes, though they long there, and that we don't have to, go speak to some of these people we look after most and tell them that our money isn't making a vital difference to them. It's also worth saying, from the minutes from the meeting last year, there were many colleagues from the independent side, I think all of them who are here, who actually voted for our council tax increase last year. So we can only assume that for 2 months out from election, that they've changed their minds for political reasons. I could go on, Mr. Chairman, but I'm sure everyone can see the work we are doing to transform our services, support our residents, keep costs down, despite the extra pressures being inflicted upon us. We need the government to recognise the vital work adult social care does, how it can work in partnership with the NHS to reduce their huge spend, as we have demonstrated with our partnership working to date, and for them to prioritise social care reform. While the government thinks about this, we will keep getting on with the job, delivering for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler. Councillor Debbie Darby, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we are asked, some members opposite are being forced to vote on a disgraceful, unjust and immoral tax hike of nearly £90 a year of the people of Nottinghamshire. A tax rise that punishes hard-working families, struggling pensioners and businesses already on their knees. And why? Because this council, which has today become a Conservative Labour alliance, has run out of the road. 8 years of waste, bad decisions and lazy budgeting have brought us here. And now you come to the people of Collingham, South Scowl, Girton, Harby, Thornley, Wigsley, Spalford, Bilsthorpe, North Clifton, South Clifton and Collingham itself. The very communities you cast adrift when the floods came. And you demand more from them, more from the very people you left to fend for themselves, and when their homes was underwater, when they had nowhere to turn, when they looked to this council for help and they found silence. So how dare you? Here we are today with the families in my division. We're wading through the floodwater to save their belongings, when businesses lost everything, when entire villages were cut off and left without support. You were missing in action. And now you show up with your hands out, expecting them to pay for your failures. And let's talk about Newark, a part of my division that is really struggling, where services have been slashed to the bone, where social care is in crisis, where public transport has been cut, youth services have vanished, and people are fighting just to make ends meet. This budget is an insult to them. Newark knows what it means to be betrayed during the Civil War, and its town was under siege, blockaded and battered and starved. But at least then the enemy was outside the walls. Now the enemy sits here in this very chamber. And if you vote for this rise today, make no mistake, you are declaring war on the people who elected you. This council has lost its way. You have failed in your most basic duty to protect and serve the residents of Nottinghamshire. You have chosen political cowardice and financial discipline, complacency over responsibility and betrayal over leadership. I say this to every member in this room who supports this council tax hike, that if you believe in it so much, if you are convinced that this is the right choice of action, then put your money where your mouth is. Donate £90 today, right now, to the chairman's charity.
Every single councillor back in this disgraceful decision should pay up first. Lead by example. Show the people of Nottinghamshire that you are willing to suffer the consequences of your own actions. But we all know that you won't, because deep down you know this is wrong. And so I say this to you, shame on you. Shame on you for pushing through a budget that punishes the vulnerable. Shame on you for demanding more from people who have already given everything. Shame on you for 8 years of reckless, incompetent and mismanagement. I will not support this budget, and I will not be complicit or whatever in this betrayal. And I promise you, the people of Nottinghamshire will not forget this. So vote this down. Do the right thing, because if you don't, Nottinghamshire will rise up and make your voices heard, their voices heard, louder than ever before on the 1st of May. Not one of you who betrayed your residents today will be re-elected in this chamber, and you deserve everything that you get. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Darby. I think we're still on 21, and the next speaker is Councillor Pringle, please.
That was quick, Chair. I've only got 6 speakers. When you said 21 to me earlier, you're obviously saving people.
That's why I don't do the finance.
Thank you. Look, let me just say, I don't think I've ever heard such abuse and shameful voicing of opinions.
Yes, carry on, Councillor Pringle.
I think it's shameful. I think the behaviour that's been accepted is shocking as well. Nobody deserves to be that, for me, as far as I'm concerned. If that's the case, we'll all behave like that. That's not what we should be doing, Chairman.
Councillor Zadrozny, please. Councillor Pringle, please carry on.
Colleague.
Point of order.
Sorry, I didn't see you, Councillor Barney.
Point of order.
Yes.
I don't think that those that defend moral principles and basic human values should. Second point of order.
Jason, please.
Second point of order. I think the tone is getting worse, and I think it needs to stop, Chairman. We're human beings, and we need to behave with decency towards you. I wouldn't say the same things about you, Councillor Drosny. You ought to be more respectful of others and their opinions and views. Listen, I don't cry very often, other than when I'm watching the tragedy in the world and real issues. I don't get upset over these kind of issues.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zadrozny.
The Chairman can ask me to sit down, not you.
Councillor Zadrozny, please. Just be quiet. Councillor Barney, you've made a very good point there. Everyone needs to remember we are here for a reason, and we need to be sensible, grown up, and discuss the issues of the day, which is the budget. And Councillor Pringle, would you like to continue?
I would love to, Chairman, as long as my minutes are starting from now. 3 years ago, we sat in this chamber as Russia invaded Ukraine. Since then, there's been over 14,500 deaths for Ukrainians and over 1 million injured. That we should never forget. That we should be respectful of. This chamber should be a place of respect and not a chamber to issue abuse like I've seen today from councillors on either side of me. That said, Chairman, I'd like to thank the Ashfield Independent Group for leading the Labour campaign for the county council elections, as they've championed Labour 47 times so far today. So thank you for that. I didn't interrupt you, Jason. Please don't interrupt me. That's not fair. Thank you. And I'm a gentleman. So I'm sure we all recognise Councillor Bradley's comment regarding the fact he never missed a full council. Obviously, Councillor Orton has a different opinion to that. However, he should be reminded that Councillor Payne and Councillor Welsh are in Westminster repairing the failure of his government whilst he was down there. Don't interrupt me. I'm talking. Don't interrupt me. That's not how we work. I know you've had your speech. It's me now. That's why I waited till you finished, man, as well, you know. And again, Councillor Chairman, from the budget meeting which has been delivered by Councillor Jackson, I've foolishly thought today was a meeting about the budget for Notts County Council. In actual fact, for the first 10, 15 minutes, Councillor Jackson referred to the City Council more than he did the County Council. This is a bit surprising. And not only that, to be honest, this is your swan song. Yeah? You should have really come in here enthusiastic, raring to go. You know, the dynamic Richard that we know. We didn't get that, my friend. We didn't get that. We didn't get that. And that's how you deliver. That's how you deliver. I'm just passing comment as I've seen it today. I wish you all well. You know that. Then we come. It would be remiss of me not to mention Oak House, Councillor Gurley. I would have to. And remiss of me not to mention your early days outside on the back when the media were at the palm of your hand as you announced what was happening to County Hall before anybody else had done anything. That was quite a shock to everybody. Certainly, I'm trying to, Chairman, so I just add another couple of minutes. Certainly a shock to those employees, the frontline staff that work here, who are in a tiz, to say the least, as well you're aware. And I get that things go overboard with planning. That's natural building, that is. But I did ask you previously what the extra funding was, and you said that you would reconnect with me and fill me on. And that, actually, 2 days later, it was raised that it was $1.5 million over budget already. So, not that I'm disappointed. Well, I'm just telling you what the officers are telling me. Being positioned strategically is a necessity for the services that we provide. There's no question about that. So the transport links that aren't there are a concern, and will obviously have an impact on the overall costings. I'm sure Councillor Clark and yourself will be working together to put something formal together, which I look forward to seeing. Those people listening can still hear. Can they? Can they still see me? Is it?
Yes, I'm assured. Actually, for everyone's information, sorry to interrupt, but for everyone's information, I'm assured that the many people who are tuned in and watching this can hear it perfectly well. It's just something to do with the loudspeakers in here that's a problem. But so do carry on.
23 million can't be a legacy. Which I mean, I heard whispers that there were going to be imprinted bricks with councillors' names on in there. I hope that's not the case. I hope that's not the case, and I'm sure it's not. However, you get my point that it's probably not something I see after going through all the detail, after understanding all the detail to make a final decision. It's not a decision that I'm happy with at all. And I've questioned you before that. Councillor Jackson began his speech when moving the motion to chat. I think it was just short of 11 minutes, telling us what an awful job the Chancellor had done. Oh, okay. Well, conveniently, ignoring the grant funding that this council received. He leaves out the disastrous financial situation that his party left the country in. And let's go back to finances again, because I just need to reiterate that. Just over 5,000 days your government were in charge. Yeah. And the debt that you created every day from there was 350 million a day. That was the debt your government created for this country. Not anybody else, your government. I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking. Don't interrupt me. Thank you. I'm not sure how many times he's got to answer it, because really the dynamic Councillor Jackson that we expect has not been here today. The report from last year, the budget report from last year, could well have been transferred to this year. The same monotone deflection tactics. Disappointing, to say the least. When this, as I say, was really your song to drive forward and deliver what good you've done. And obviously things are working, because Councillor
Pringle, just now. So. Councillor Pringle, just bear in mind what you said a little while ago about respecting other people. not
I'm
being-
trying to. I'm not interrupting. I'm not interrupting.
Look.
I'm being interrupted, Chairman. You are allowing the interruption. All I'm doing is trying to be a gentleman and respond. That's all I'm trying to do. The no cuts, but I'm coming to a close now, Chairman. Yeah, I am smart, as I always do, Councillor Henshaw. You know that. I'm a Newcastle fan, so.
Oh dear.
And apologies to all the Forest fans that are in the room. I do apologise. The no cuts budget. Dear oh dear. Efficiency savings left out, ancillary levies left out. It's just not cuts, Councillor. It's not. It's hidden cuts. That's what it is, and that's shameful. That's absolutely shameful. You've no need to do that. You've no need to do that. You've been in charge of this council for nearly a decade, and still you're repeating the same process and trying to deflect from where you are. I would like to finish that. I would applaud the Labour government's 34 million investment because I think it's deserved. And I think once we come back as the administration, hopefully Councillor Creamer will return and will be a dynamic finance lead which can generate enthusiasm throughout the day. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Pringle. Councillor Garner, please.
Thank you very much. Right. As I came out this morning, I think I took the wrong turn to come here because I went across the ploughed field. Yes, but it was Nottingham Road coming here. I couldn't believe it. Bump after bump after bump. That is a problem with my biggest, I won't say thingy, but my biggest pain with this Nottinghamshire County Council is the potholes, the highways, the gullies, what my learned friend said they've been doing. We've got gullies still blocked in South Mansfield, and they've been blocked for years. And that's the problem I brought up in 2019 when I was on the Transport Committee about not emptying drains. And what you said, we're going to micromanage it. Just go out every so often. Look at these drains. What has happened is you didn't put your finger on the button and you did nothing. We're getting more water on the roads, creating the potholes, creating the cost. And I have to say, you've done that yourselves. You have done that yourselves. And that is going to be the battlefield for this election sphere. Everybody's going to moan about the potholes. We have other issues as well throughout the council, no doubt about it. But the potholes are ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. I once said in this council chamber, we didn't need a tractor in South Mansfield anymore. But we do. We need a tractor to go on the roads because there's hole after hole after hole. I went along Newgate Lane yesterday. Oh, dear me. I thought I was in Beirut or them places in Ukraine or anywhere in the world, but Nottinghamshire. Absolutely terrible. So what I'm saying is put more investment into the roads. Yes, you are, but you've also had money from the government as well. Spend it well. Spend it better than you have done over the last 4 or 5 years, in my opinion. And we might be able to get back to our low-profile tyres on his cars. Who knows? Also, a problem what we've had for this council to resolve is children and young people. My learned friend, Mrs. Callahan. Callahan, sorry. Callahan. I do appreciate it. She's a good friend, but yes. Yeah, anyway. And anyway, she's at MBE, apparently. BNB. BM. Anyway, we digressing. But the problem is we spend it too much on children's services. We've got these children's homes, these private ones, who's taking fortunes, not only out of this council, but councils throughout the country. So it's up to you big parties, I'm an independent, you big parties to get together and cut that cost. And you'll be able to save money for this county council by doing so. I have mentioned you're building houses on council land for children's homes. I mentioned it at the Ravensdale School Field. I've mentioned it for years. That's what you ought to be doing instead of blighting residents with private developments in cul-de-sacs with children's homes, what the people don't want. And I have several in my area. So if you look at that, look at your roads, and we might do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. We'll move on now to Councillor Tracy Taylor, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'll start really clearly by acknowledging that the Children and Families Department portfolio is forecasting a year-end overspend of 4.7 million against a £176 million budget. And the reasons are well documented and they're echoed the length and breadth of the country. And whilst that value isn't insignificant, at only 2.67% of the original budget, it is testament to prudent management in the most challenging of times. And I will note that our spending on children and families is increasing by just over 8% to 185 million in the next financial year. Now, as Councillor Jackson said earlier, the challenge in children's social care isn't the demand, because our Best Start strategy and our whole family safeguarding ethos has worked by identifying vulnerable families and intervening at the earliest stage. This approach is improving lives for young people and not just stabilising, but now significantly reducing the number of young people coming into our care. Our success in supporting children to stay with their families safely and avoid children becoming looked after represents a cost avoidance of £13.5 million. And since 2021, under this administration, we have seen the number of Nottinghamshire children in care reduced by 13%, from 966 to 841. Now just think about those numbers. The biggest financial challenge here is that many young people who come into our care still are those with the most complex and long-term needs that couldn't be mitigated by early intervention. And today's total looked after children numbers of 919 includes older children for whom it can be difficult to find suitable placements, and the 78 unaccompanied asylum-seeking children for whom early intervention and support by local services is by definition not possible. The £7.6 million forecast overspend in commissioning and resources comes because the available number of care beds and placement options can see us relying too heavily on very expensive external placements. But ironically, this is offset by £3 million underspend elsewhere because we've got fewer internal foster carers on our books. Not only would we rather fully spend that budget and have more foster carers, but those foster carers are vital to providing the most homely and home-like environments for children in care. Councillor Jackson and I spoke at length this time last year about the immorality of the children's social care market, where some care providers not only exploit the national shortage of placements with extortionate fees, but they also manipulate the market by gazumping our efforts to recruit foster carers. So we welcomed announcements recently, including last April from the previous Conservative government, about the DfE's advisory group about profiteering of private companies, and the current government's proposed backstop law to put a limit on the profits that companies can make. There is consensus and continuity between the previous and the current governments about the type of transformation that's needed, but so far we are not seeing the action to implement the influence and controls over the market that we all know are crucial to financial sustainability. The government has recognised the need to better support children to live with kinship carers, an approach that we identified and in which we invested an initial £209,000 in 2022, and in which we will have invested a further 1.3 million by the end of the current MTFS. Similarly, government recognises, as have we, the importance of recruiting more foster carers, and to that end, This council joined with other D2N2 partners to form Fostering for East Midlands, working collectively to recruit more carers across the area, and Councillor Anderson will say more on this shortly. Let's turn now to so much more of what this council under a Conservative administration is doing to help children and families. The Nottinghamshire Best Start strategy was agreed in 2021, helping children to have a good start in life. The strategy for looked after children and care leavers includes the local offer. Again, Councillor Anderson will speak on this. I've already referenced the whole family safeguarding programme, and I'm pleased to see that the new government has embraced so much of Nottinghamshire's own ethos and ambitions in its Keeping Children Safe and Helping Families Thrive policy statement and in the Children's Social Care National Framework. They do say that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, so we welcome the government's emphasis on many of the same priorities that we set out 3 years ago, and which have served to halt the increase in young people coming into our care. Priorities like early help and prevention, which is already showing its effectiveness here. Working with the whole family and working through multi-agency teams, we're focusing on needs-based support, not threshold-led access to services, and on offering the right help in the right place at the right time. I am so proud of our staff, including in the MASH and the early help teams, whose engaged test and revise approach has delivered an evolutionary change at almost revolutionary pace. Effective and lasting change without the chaos. And I am so pleased that they will very soon have new state-of-the-art accommodation at Oak House, and that's thanks to the work undertaken under Chancellor Burling's direction. Our family hub networks are another key to achieving our early help and support ambitions, and by the end of March, all 18 of these will have been formally launched. What's been clear to me during the many visits and launch events of recent months is how these networks are flourishing already. The network of partners involved varies across the different communities, but they are well established, they are strong, they are well known of and much valued by families. NCC can be proud that we've maintained such fantastic facilities when so many of our neighbours have cut services and support to the detriment of their residents. Our staff are exceptional. NCC also maintains an outstanding youth service county-wide, coupled with an outdoor education provision across 7 sites. And last May saw the opening of the new Adventures facility at the Mill in Ashfield, following a £2 million capital investment. There isn't time to do full justice to these services today, to the services which we continue to protect and enhance. I spoke at length about it at the last council meeting. So page 21, you can read it all again. In the past year, we've invested £245,000 in replacing or refurbishing the mobile youth buses and worked with partners to refurbish and transform youth centre buildings such as Burcoats and Cotgrave, which I visited in recent days and weeks. Important too to remember these facilities are inclusive places, not only offering link clubs for young people with SEND, but more recently gaining a Young Carer Friendly quality mark in recognition of efforts to enhance support for young carers. There are financial challenges nationally too over the recruitment and retention of children's services staff, particularly social workers, and the high costs of agency staff. Although this council has successfully reduced the numbers of agency staff through a raft of supportive measures such as Grow Your Own and apprenticeships, there is still more we can do. The need for children's social work is greatest in Mansfield and Ashfield, and the social work teams in these areas are also where we've struggled to retain social workers and where we have higher use of agency. We're therefore delighted to be able to announce today that from this September, Nottingham Trent University will deliver a social work degree from their hub on the West Notts College at Mansfield. This will offer up to 25 places, drawing students from the local area, and the exciting partnership between NTU, West Notts College and this council builds on the success that partners have had in delivering other public sector vocational degrees. NCC will help kickstart this degree by supporting 10 students with tuition fees, practice placements and postgraduate employment opportunities. And for the avoidance of any doubt, don't just take it from me how well this council is doing and delivering services to children and families in Nottinghamshire. Last July, Ofsted said Children's Service in Nottinghamshire were judged to be good with outstanding leadership. Clear strategic direction, effective partnerships and strong political and corporate support for children's services have sustained and improved services for children and families since the last inspection in 2019.
1 minute left.
There has been significant investment in children's services since 2019. Youth clubs, family hubs, services across the county, we are retaining them and we are improving them. All of this is only possible through prudent financial management, strong leadership and a dedicated workforce that I am so proud of and so grateful for. I support this budget today to allow them to continue in their exceptional work. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Carr.
Barney. Sorry, I haven't taken my jacket off. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow councillors. I mean business. First of all, can I just address some things that have already been said today? First of all, Councillor Doddy, who knows I've got a deal of respect for you. You know that, and I like you as a person. But I don't really think.
Sit down, Councillor Doddy. Don't stand up. Carry on.
I don't really think that you've actually sussed out the party that you've joined. Certainly, I would urge you to look at the background of some of the people that you're delivering leaflets for, and that's as much as I'll say on it. The reason I got quite animated, Councillor Smith, is that I've been asking for this road to be done for 8 years now, River Green Crescent, Deanwood Avenue, and it haven't been done. And now you pick 10 weeks before an election to suddenly announce that you're going to amend the pavements. So I would ask you, would you commit for those two roads to be repaved in the 25-26 highways budget? No. Right, okay, that's lovely. Okay.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chairman. Just for the record, we've announced 3.3 million quid. The roads I read out earlier is what we're doing with the 3.3 million quid. It's cross-party roads, the roads that are crucial to residents. There is going to be a £70-odd million capital programme amendment coming to this council in March. If you've got roads, we've all got roads that want to be on that programme. Get in touch with your highways manager and we'll see what we can do.
That's the important thing. It's a pavement, not the road. And people, yes, it's right, potholes are bad, but people are also falling on our pavements. Very bad accidents. Anyway, moving on. Councillor Clark, you began by saying, back in the real world, when you started, after Councillor Zajosny spoke, well, you come and speak to some of those I represent, and they will tell you what their real world is like. And I hazard to guess that it's not much like your real world. People who don't get benefits have had their winter fuel allowance taken away from them, are on very tight budgets, and simply cannot afford another £90 a year. It might not seem a lot to us here, who are quite well off, I would suggest, compared to a lot of people. But if you've not got £90, then it's a struggle to find £90. So let's get that point. But what I've heard today, oh dear, is the same old tennis match between the Labour Party and the Conservative Party, political point scoring. Now I can tell you now that people are absolutely fed up with it. Yeah. They are absolutely fed up of this constant toing and froing, taking it in turns to run this and run that and not doing a very good job. And I tell you what, you know, I've been knocking on people's doors and I've been a political campaigner for 43 years, since the age of 5. And I have to say, the hostility I've never experienced. I've experienced hostility to one party, but not the other, and then the other party, but not the other. But now, it's hostility against both of you at the same time. I've never, ever experienced that before in 43 years. And I'm afraid you're both going to suffer losses. And I just hope it's not Reform again. But there you go. So it's quite Orwellian, really, isn't it, Mr. Chairman, that both old political parties seem to have a room 101. Labour forgot everything that happened prior to 2010, and now it appears that the Conservatives have forgotten everything that happened prior to July 2024. I will not vote for an above inflation rise in council tax. People can't afford it. I will not vote for a hike in school meal prices, and I will not vote for increasing the cost of Meals on Wheels with a reduced personal service. It's time for the residents of the county to say no more to party political pantomime that we have to suffer, as it doesn't serve them very well, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quite surprised at me coming that early. Oh, there you go. As a member of Nottinghamshire County Council Independent Group, I will be voting against this tax rise. As we know, the Conservatives have been supported by Labour to prop this up at 4.84%, which is close to £90 for the year average, and the medium council taxpayer. This is the fourth consecutive year that this has happened while we've been here. Despite all the council tax rises, the reality is that simply no money left, as the budget uses every bit of possible reserves. When I've been asking residents about the council tax rise, one resident said to me, just go and show how wasteful they are building that brand new absolute monstrosity of a building on the A611 named Oak House, apparently to save money. Don't make me laugh, they said, with their pathetic smoke and mirrors tactics. How long will that take to see a return on the massive investment in the building? I bet this costs taxpayers millions. Well, we know it's going to cost taxpayers millions. Oak House, joke house. Mr. Chairman, the big cloud in this year's budget is the move to Topwiggy Farm. The County Council originally budgeted £11 million for the new offices in 2020. Now they claim the cost is going to be £19 million. This does not include the new access road of £4 million, £1 million on the water mains, and £2,500,000 to demolish part of County Hall, building the new office to replace. Topwiggy Farm is a shocking £26.5 million for a building that may not be used. Why? Because we have hybrid working. We have people working from home. Councillors will know, Mr. Chairman, that Ashfield Independent colleagues Lee Waters and John Wilmot, along with myself, have been constant critics right from the very start. A lone voice in some cases. I first raised this in 2021 when the Conservatives were first planning on flogging County Hall. Here we go again. The Conservatives denied the plan in this very chamber, here, right here. A few weeks ago, you claimed that the new offices were on budget. Are they? No. They claim the extravagant new offices near Hucknall are being delivered on budget is an insult to people's intelligence. We always said the cost would spiral out of control. The whole thing is a farce, and a final insult is the white elephant that may not be needed, due to the local government reorganisation. Independent councillors have opposed this monstrosity from day one. Originally costing £11 million on budget, frankly offensive. Certain councillors in this room ought to be ashamed of themselves for pushing this through. Filled one councillor in this room, we filled a pothole in Doncaster and they'd be putting it down to Oak House. It's just desperate. I wish they'd fill the potholes in Hucknall. Never mind Doncaster. I wouldn't blame the councillor for the potholes in Doncaster, Mr. Chairman. However, I blame them for wasting £40,000 on a rock sculpture near the Yorkshire border, which was in the Sun newspaper. I must thank my colleague, Councillor Francis Pordew-Horan, for pointing that out, hypocrisy. Joke House isn't a joke to the people in Hucknall. If the councillors here on the opposite benches were in to be court-martialled, in a military court, maybe they may get a dishonourable discharge. Luckily, residents in Newark may be giving them the marching orders in May 1st. The whole thing is an utter fiasco. I don't say it, I said it, I warned you. At the same time, the Tories are building their headquarters. They're supported by the Labour Party, putting up council tax by £90. Local Conservative councillors in Hucknall, or former councillors in Hucknall, are now creating, or want to create, a town council. This will increase the council tax by an estimated £70 to £400 a year, according to independent estimates, with no mention of the precept that is coming down the line from the combined authority, which has not been mentioned in this room. You can't make it up. So today I'll be voting against the council tax rise. I will vote against the Labour amendment. I will vote to keep the bills as low as possible for the Hucknall residents. Only a council tax freeze in Ashfield. We've shown you how to do it. The independents are taking over the council in May and putting the residents first. There's nothing in this budget for the Hucknall people, apart from misery. Nothing in this budget that restores the bus services that were taken away from them by this administration. £150,000 was taken out of the budget, so we lost the bus services after 7 o'clock and no bus services on Sunday, and they've not been replaced, and they're not going to be replaced. That money at Oak House could have been spent on infrastructure, which is not happening. Hucknall schools, not happening. We need a new secondary school. Hucknall roads, Hucknall pavements, flood prevention, after what we've suffered through flooding over the last 2 years. Youth services in Hucknall are only there during term time. We need those services outside term time because of antisocial behaviour. One of the things that the Independent Council Group will do is to look at the new office block when it's not needed. We will determine and decide what to do with that building, and I suggest that we change it to Cavell Centre. Oak House, we will rename it to Beveridge House, after William Beveridge, the founder of the NHS. We will make some good use of that building, put this fiasco out to bed for the benefit of Hucknall residents. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Girling, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I did have a speech prepared, but obviously I'm going to be dominating my speech now about Oak House. But I'd like to start in the same manner that Councillor Pringle did and treat everybody with great respect. However, before I do that, and it has been referred to like film characters and things like that, so I'm going to go along those films. It was the Ann Till mob over there that brought film characters up. But the one I'm going to bring up is Pinocchio, because the stuff that's been coming over here, the noses grow that much, one poked me in the eye. And I'll give you some examples. And Councillor Shaw knows this, he's been told several times. The water mains, the extra £1 million for the water mains was not for Oak House. It was for the 8,000 houses, 800 houses on the rest of the site. It had to be done for there. You've been told that. The new access road, that was done to release that road, release that area, which brought in over £36 million to this council. You've been told loads of times. You keep repeating the lie. You keep repeating it, no matter how many times you're told. Yeah. I didn't interrupt
Point
you.
Of order,
Don't
Mr.
you
Chairman.
interrupt me.
No, sit down, Councillor Carr, Councillor Shaw, Councillor Girling, carry on.
Right, well, respect. You talked about respect. That's not respectful. Lie.
Well, it was a lie, because he's been told loads of times. Well, we're not in Parliament. Anyway, can you stop the clock?
Carry on, Councillor.
Right, okay. Right, let's get on, because obviously, understandably, the focus is going to be Oak House. A lot of people are against it, but I've got to make it really clear. Oak House was going to happen anyway, right? It was being built for the MASH, yeah, as a safeguarding agency. Really important people that work there to safeguard our children and adults. It's massively important, and it's in an area where it's at most need, and it needs to be there. All we've done is added it so that we can go there, which releases this building, which then we'll get some more capital receipt for, which is a good thing. We'll get some money coming in. Okay, now Councillor Creamer, bless him, said he's going to sell it. Well, good luck, 'cause I've done your for sale sign. Yeah, a white elephant in the middle of nowhere. Good luck selling it then. Your words. Good luck selling it. That's your words, not mine. I think it's in the right place to deliver the services that it needs to be services. So it's the next phase of Top Wigay project involves the development of land earmarked for employment land. So we kept some of the land as well. We didn't just sell it all. We kept a big piece of land right outside the front of Oak House where we can build some units there for industrial use and create jobs. And that's a good thing, because that'll create jobs for people in Hucknall. Surely that's what we want. But something you've got to consider if you don't want to move out of here is where you're going to get it's about 56 million, but we say 50 million pound to make this place fit for purpose, because it's not fit for purpose. 50 million pound. Where are you going to get the £500,000 a year to pay for the MASH in the accommodation they are now? None of that's in your budget, is it? I must say though, Chairman, I'm really surprised that I am green because I've got glass milk bottles going. Yeah, wants to stay here. Yeah, this place actually could heat the world. The amount of heat that goes out these windows, and she does it. She wants to get rid of something that's green and energy efficient. Where's that green? You're a fraud if you think you're green and you want to do that. This place is so inefficient, it's unbelievable.
Councillor Gurley,
this place costs £1.7 million a year to run.
Councillor Gurley, just moderate your language again.
Sorry?
You moderate your language.
Should I swear?
No, but you didn't swear, but you.
Oh, sorry, I do apologize. If I've said something, say again, sorry. What's wrong with that? Yeah, that's right. Well, I stand with the anti mob. That's a brilliant one.
Point
Anyway,
carry on, Councillor Gurley. Remember where you are.
Say again, sorry. Carry on.
Remember where you
So,
are.
I'll turn my hearing aid off. Yeah, so where are you going to get the £1.7 million a year to run this place? Yeah, because those things could be spent on services which you want. You want to increase those services. It's been part of your budget speech to increase services. Yeah, this what we're doing here is a business case means we're going to have the money to be able to do the things you're saying that we want to do, that we want to do. We want to do things for the children in our county. We want to do things for the adults in our county. This is all about creating the finances to do that, so we don't have to put the council tax up to the minimum, because we're making the best of the assets within the county. And that's all part of this thing that we've been doing right from day one, is making sure we make the most of the assets we've got. And we've looked at the assets we've got. Some of them we don't need, and so we're selling them. Some of them we're actually making money out of as well. So it's all about how we do that and how we improve things. I'm going to sort of finish now, but I just got to make a couple of points, because there's some really good things going on in this county that we shouldn't lose the sight of. And we've got step fusion happening just to the northeast of this county. It's massive for this area. It's massive for the region. Yeah, and it can't get greener than that if it comes off. But it's not just that. If the super cluster comes in down the Trent Valley, that's where you're going to get all the sort of renewable energy types happening there. And we're creating an environment for those sort of industries to come to Nottinghamshire to create those jobs. And that's a really good thing for the people of Nottinghamshire, not just up at West Burton, because there'll be a lot of associated businesses come from that. And just to finish, Chairman, really, I'd like you to indulge me, because I don't think it would be fair to be at a budget meeting without talking about the Armed Forces Champion role. Yeah, and I'd like to highlight the fact that within the Armed Forces Champion role, I've got two advocates. I've got Councillor Lee and I've got Councillor Henry there, who do a terrific job spreading the word about the armed forces and how we support them within Nottinghamshire. And I'll just give you a couple of examples of that. You know, because we've got Neil Betterson, who does an amazing job as a full-time officer for this county. And a lot of districts and boroughs don't have that. Yeah, they don't. But we do. And some of the things we've done, we do the Boots and Berries Award, which celebrates what the armed forces do in Nottinghamshire. I think we're the only county in the country that does that sort of celebration. So I'm really proud of the fact of that. We've gone from about 110 people at the City Grand, the first one. We've already got 240 people going to the one this year with about 10 spaces left. So if you haven't booked, you better get yourself in there first. We've also done the first ever combined cadet drill competition. And it was, Councillor Henry's going to love this. I hate this, but I'm going to say this. It was won by the RAF. He says under gritted teeth. But the best cadet was actually a female sea cadet, and it went down really well. And I'd just like to thank the previous leader for supporting that and putting the budget into the Armed Forces Champion role. So Councillor Colton has been very supportive of that, and obviously the new leader is very supportive as well. And there's just one thing, because it got a bit high rate, didn't it, before, and probably me getting a bit irate as well. And the reason I said some of the words I did, where they said the Ashford Independents have said that they're against Top Wigay. Well, I've got concrete evidence here. Yeah, we've got the leader there, the deputy leader there, district councillor there, where it said, well, I'll read this paragraph. This is the council, Ashfield District Council, raises no objection to the proposed development in principle and is pleased to see features being installed to encourage the use of more sustainable modes of transport.
We have a point of order raised. Just one moment, Councillor Girling. Councillor Waters.
Point of order 91. That's from a planning officer talking about legality. What's the date of that? Because on the 7th of July 2022, Ashfield District Council put forward a motion where all Ashfield independent councillors voted to object to that building on Top Wiggy, and then you received the official objection from Ashfield Council signed by the Chief Executive on the 12th of July 2022. What's the date on that planning officer's legal little bit of paper?
Which was after the consultation period, by the way, but we still accepted it coming in. Right?
Point of order 91.
Okay, no more.
The cut-off date was the 14th of July. That went in on the 12th of July.
Yeah, Councillor Waters, thank you. Councillor Girling, we are talking about the county council budget. Are you near the end of your speech?
It's about Oak House, Chairman, and this said was against it. I've got another paragraph which I could
get on with it.
The date, Councillor Girling, the date.
Concrete evidence.
Between your ears.
Okay, thank you.
I've given you the concrete evidence on the date, Councillor Girling. What is the date on that?
Councillor Waters, that's it. Councillor Williamson, please. Yes, it is you. Yeah.
Yeah, not you.
Inspector. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been an honour to represent Brinsley, Greasley and Watnall, the place I've always called home, and the people I've been proud to stand up for. That is why, in one of my final acts as a councillor here, I cannot and will not vote to place yet another financial burden on my friends and neighbours. This council tax hike is not just a number on a bill, it is a decision that will hit families already struggling, pensioners counting every penny, and small businesses trying to stay afloat. And after the years of neglect that my communities have faced from this administration, I simply cannot, in good conscience, ask them to pay more for less. That's not to say I'm not proud of what I have fought for and what I have achieved. There have been victories, hard won, often against the odds, but victories nonetheless. But I won't pretend I'm not disappointed. This term should have been an opportunity to invest, to build, to bring communities like mine into the heart of decision making. Instead, we have seen neglect, short-sighted decisions and a failure to deliver on the promises made to the people of Nottinghamshire. Still, I hold hope. Hope that the next council, whoever sits in these seats after the elections, will do better. We'll listen more, we'll act with care, we'll govern not just for today but for the future, because Nottinghamshire deserves better. And I want it to succeed. I want our county to turn a corner, to prosper again, and to be the place where people feel valued and supported. So today I'm going to vote against this tax hike, because leadership is about making the right choices, even when it's difficult. And for me, the right choice has always been standing with my community and not against them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson, and thank you for your very calm and clear speech. And colleagues need to bear that in mind where we are in the arena and the way we should conduct ourselves. So move on to Councillor Fole now, please. Okay. Right, we have Councillor Carlton.
Thank you, Chairman. And just before I get going with my remarks this afternoon, I'd just like to briefly associate myself in this side of the chamber with the comments from Councillors Henshaw and Pringle regarding the people of Ukraine. Since becoming a Cabinet Member for Communities and Public Health, I've had the absolute privilege to meet many of our Ukrainian guests around our county, and indeed people in this room are opening their doors and beds to offer places of safety. These are also people that are making a valuable contribution to our life and county here. Whether I met a lady in Retford just before Christmas. She's employing 15 local people now after setting up a business. There are people that have highly trained skills that are working in for the police, the councils, health and social care. I could go on, and certainly the comments well above our pay grades in governments across the world at the moment discussing the future of the Ukraine. Having had those conversations with those individuals, it's absolutely clear to me that the Ukraine should not cede 1 inch of its sovereign territory to a country that invaded 3 years ago when we were in this place. That said, Chairman, largely I'll keep my remarks to the public health aspects of my portfolio. As Councillor Gordon Wheeler, my deputy, will speak later in the debate with regards to the communities element, particularly around the local communities fund and areas of the council that perhaps don't get the recognition that they fully deserve. Teams such as trading standards and the registration service. That said, and I know it's already been mentioned today, but shock horror, I'm going to speak about libraries. And it's really key to understand what the budget proposal here before us today actually means to the Library and Archive Service, a service that is delivered in partnership with Inspire, Culture, Learning and Libraries. As per the budget book, the proposed annual budget for the service in the forthcoming financial year will stand, if approved, at £14 million. This annual investment will once again see libraries across the county deliver opportunities for residents of all ages to learn, develop new skills, and also have the opportunity to explore the rich cultural heritage of our proud county. Alongside this, our network of libraries plays a vital role in offering help, access to help and support to ensure that residents have the ability to improve their own health and well-being. And Chairman, this will be a key drive of the Communities and Public Health portfolio in the coming years, as per our commitments laid out in the Library Strategy 2025 to 2035. As I've said before, our libraries are much more than just a books on shelf service, though clearly books and reading is a core aspect. Over the period 23-24, our libraries were visited 1.8 million times, an increase of 11% on the previous year, which also shows a strong recovery from the effects of the pandemic. And over the last year, we've seen the new number of new library members increase by over 31,000. Over 3 million books and e-resources have been loaned out. Furthermore, our libraries hosted over 300 events, courses, performances, exhibitions per week. Additionally, our adult learning programmes have seen over 5,000 adult learners enrolled and 262 students enrolled at the Inspire College. Many of those numbers otherwise would not be in education, employment or training. As the leader has already mentioned, we as council have a proud track record of not only protecting libraries but also investing in them. Over the last decade, £30 million has been invested into refurbishing many libraries, and clearly we can add Hucknall to that list as well. I had the privilege of attending the library last week in Hucknall, where I had meaningful conversations with the users and visiting the site. Over 300 people are now going through the doors on a daily basis, and following their feedback, we're not only amending the opening hours to fit in with their needs, we're also extending them too. But I do know we have more work to do, and certainly following on from the spirits of the full council before Christmas, where from all sides of this chamber, where positive comments and indeed challenge was made for the service going forward, and I look forward to taking that forward. So to succinctly summarise the first part of my remarks this afternoon, Chairman, I'm really sure you know what is coming. We ain't closing libraries. Now turning to public health aspect, which I'll largely keep my comments to the public health grant itself, but I will also offer a story of success too. I can confirm to Council that we've now received confirmation that the Nottinghamshire Public Health Grant allocation for 25-26 will be over £48.5 million for this financial year. After taking into account the projected increase in the population of 5,387, this will equate to a 4.68% increase from 24-25 grant. Whilst we are grateful for the additional funding from government, we will need to assess the impact of demand, the impact of changes to national insurance, pay awards and inflationary pressures on maintaining our core public health services before any additional investment can be considered. I don't say this to sound ungrateful, far from it, but I'm keen to make sure that full council has the full facts of the wider picture. And whilst the headline figure is good news, and it is, but there's still much more behind that grant allocation figure for us to pick. I'm incredibly proud of the public health team and the journey it's been on in recent times to be more front and centre of everything that we do as a council. There are many examples of positive improvements and contributions that our staff make on a daily basis, whether it be an establishment of a new sexual health service for Nottingham and Nottinghamshire, the development of a new suicide prevention strategy, or the work that is continuing to go into the development of the Healthy Families programme, just to name a few examples. But the one area I would like to speak on for a few moments is the substance use agenda. For the last few years, this council has worked to deliver the ambitions of the Harm to Hope strategy initiatives established by the last Conservative government in 2021. The intention was to see more people offered support and treatment for substance use addictions whilst breaking the drug supply chain and achieving a generational shift in the demand for drugs. But also locally, we recognised that in this county that there is a serious problem with alcohol as well, and we took the decision to amend that strategy locally to also include alcohol addiction. I am pleased to see that the new government has listened to the sector as well as our lobbying from this council, in that we've also now received an indicative funding amount of just over £3.8 million for 1 year, which will enable us to continue with the deliverance of this vital work. In the last year, in conjunction with our own annual investment of over £9 million into substance use, it has seen over 4,500 people, more adults being able to access treatment and support, while seeing 33% more young people also accessing treatment pathways. 391 people have received mental health support through the coexisting mental health and substance use pathway. The above performance figures can only be achieved through close partnership working across the Drug and Alcohol Partnership that I chair. The strategy has also led to a reduction in hospital admissions for substance use from 42 per 100,000 to 35 per 100,000 amongst 15 to 24-year-olds. Furthermore, close partnership working between this council, the City Council and Nottinghamshire Police is now seeing police officers across this county carrying something called Nixoid, which is an antidote to opioid overdoses, and it's already been deployed on our streets. This is in line with our plans to reduce the number of deaths from overdoses, particularly as we see a rise in synthetic opioids hitting our streets. But Chairman, I know we have more to do. This is why we will carefully consider any further public health investments in line with the publication of this year's grant, notwithstanding my earlier comments around the existing pressures. And I do urge the government to return to the 3-year funding settlement of the Harm Take strategy, as we've been previously awarded by the last government. Before I conclude my remarks, Chairman, I will come to the comments made by Councillor Hollis. Obviously, has long-standing objections to
a minute left.
Thank you. The work done on a cross-party basis through the catering and facilities management task and finish group. Just to correct the point that we're not privatising Meals on Wheels or school meals, we're forming a joint venture. That is a clear difference. We know, as he does, that the service has been losing a serious amount of money over this last couple of years, and with, as we've discussed on other budgetary pressures, that deficit is climbing. That was not sustainable. It would be taking money away from other vital services within this council. So whilst I fully respect any opposition, but also offer a valuable solution to it as well. Where would you be finding the current financial year another £2.5 million? Be open and frank on that point. I had absolutely no pleasure in recommending to Cabinet to increase any prices across those services, far from it, but we haven't gone to the maximum. Over the next 4 years, they will continue to have subsidies. But equally, I would be curious for those that are on district and borough councils, did you freeze your rents this year? Perhaps not. So let's be honest, let's have that frank debate. Time's up. But equally, to keep it sustainable and going.
Councillor Fall, you wanted to speak.
Yes, sorry, I thought I had a bit more time, so I nipped to, a couple of breaks. So thank you, Chairman. Okay. So thank you, Councillor, for acknowledging that the Labour government has put more money into the public health budget. I think we're all happy about that one, aren't we? Just briefly before I kind of begin my speech, I just want to tackle this issue of you're not actually raising council tax to the maximum amount. Was it 4.85%? 8.4, sorry. I'm sorry, 8.4. I've done a very kind of quick calculation, correct me if I'm wrong, but that works out, as far as I can see, to £26 over 8 years per person. Nobody's fooled by that argument. Come on, yeah, well, there you go. 26, well, there you go. It's still a very small amount of money. Nobody's fooled by it. It's nearly the kind of full amount. Okay, and can I just say as well to the independent group, just trying to remember, I believe you voted for the Conservative budget last year, did you? Last time, did you not? We didn't. Just to leave that one there. Okay. So, indeed, it's a real pleasure to stand up in support of our budget, amend it, and make our case for putting people at the very centre of this council's business. For the first time since I became a councillor in 2013, we've been listening to discussion over what to do with the extra money this council has received from a Labour government. Over the past 14 years, we've become so used to Tory bad news and council austerity. It's refreshing to see an extra 34 million in government funding for Nottinghamshire.
Yes, well done.
And I think, as already been said, Councillor Jackson and Councillor Jackson has Rachel Reeves to thank for the books being balanced this year. So I'm sure Councillors Payne and Welsh will pass his regards on to the Chancellor for you. But okay, despite this Tory administration being thrown a lifeline by the Labour government, local residents have not come out unscathed. We're not going to let you forget this. They have not come out unscathed from 14 years of Conservative austerity. Poverty's increased, inequality's widened, life expectancy has fallen, and public standards have fallen off a cliff. What we're seeing in the lines of this budget is a Labour government putting this ship back on course. Even the Portfolio for Finance acknowledged in his report the medium-term shortfall is less than a quarter what it was last year. So first, you may not be surprised at this, I want to talk about our services for children with a special education need or disability. Despite the very best efforts of our excellent council staff and acknowledging some progress has been made, we are way short still of meeting their needs, and education outputs for them are still not good. I did spend, as has been referred to before, a rather gruelling Tuesday morning in Portcullis House, sitting on a panel giving evidence to a select committee as how we can get out of the huge financial black hole that many local authorities are facing. This council, I know, is in a much better place than any, I acknowledge that. But even in Nottinghamshire, unless funding increases significantly for SEND, the pressure is very likely to hit us badly, and it might be as soon as next year. It's very clear that the root causes of this crisis are systemic and require national reform. So I acknowledge that the provision for SEND for children has been judged wanting in many councils across this country. But the fact remains, despite the hard work of our exceptional officers, I agree with you, Councillor Taylor, here in Nottinghamshire, many of our children who need help to thrive, be happy and learn are not getting the support they require. So an alternative to this approach, as we've said, is proposing to use part of the 1.7 million that we've committed in this budget amendment to help our hard-working staff improve the speed at which education, health and care plans are assessed and issued to those currently stuck in the backlog. Where it's set that fixing the current issues with SEND provision will have to happen at a higher level than this council, the situation in Nottinghamshire urgently needs to be properly addressed to deliver the support our children deserve. Tackling the challenges in the SEND system is complex, but something that will make a huge difference is to enable, recognise and reward those schools who really embrace inclusivity to ensure that more children with a special educational need can actually thrive in our mainstream schools. So to tackle the problems facing our schools and our children in Nottinghamshire, our proposal targets real improvements to the provision of SEND services in this county, maximising the benefits of early intervention. And I know it's not the answer to everything, Councillor Taylor, but I think it's key for a lot of our children. Specifically, the money will be spent in improving inclusivity within our schools. It would include services available locally in schools, such as speech and language therapy, mental health support, and to develop other specialist provision where needed. That's what I'm hearing on the doorstep. This is what we need. We need to be achieving greater inclusivity in our schools so that all our children benefit. I do believe if you walk into a school that's truly inclusive, every child in that school has got a better chance of thriving. That is why we're proposing to commit this extra money from government for SEND provision across the county to enable more of our children to thrive and progress in all schools. So while the new Labour government continues to chart a course to a more exclusive, more accessible and less adversarial system of SEND provision, we can make improvements in Nottinghamshire. It's good to hear that the curriculum, as well as the Ofsted inspection framework, has to be reviewed by government. This will make them fit for our children in the 21st century and better prepare them for the world of work. Our argument is a straightforward one and well made by Councillor Creamer. We're already receiving tens of millions of pounds for road maintenance across Nottinghamshire via EMCA, something of which we of course incredibly supported is needed. So why would we not take this opportunity to use extra revenue from government to put people first? Committing 1.75 million to help SEN children across the county does just that, and we hope we will support it. To be clear, and despite what's been going on in social media, we do not support any cuts to the road maintenance budget. We have proposed an extra 1.5 million for pavement repair, and it's an extra amount of money. I'd also like, it doesn't mean scrapping anything, I'd also like to second our amendment by emphasising the importance of our proposal to invest in business support in Nottinghamshire and the benefits that will bring. Although they're of course important, economic growth cannot be entirely about big business. The majority of people in the county work for small and medium-sized enterprise, small local business. As government focuses on delivering national growth after years of stagnation, we're proposing that the council plays a part in supporting regional growth by working with SMEs across Nottinghamshire. In a previous life, I worked at this council in a team called Enterprising Nottinghamshire, providing tailored support, part funded by the European Union, for our local small and medium-sized businesses to find ways of ensuring long-term sustainability and profitability. Working with each business to carefully craft and develop plans for their company's longevity, we help countless SMEs to grow and innovate, boosting the local economy and creating good jobs for local people. As already been said, SMEs are the lifeblood of our economy and they deserve support from a proactive council. Just a little about foster care, because Councillor Callans set this out very well. When Labour last ran this authority, I was a lead member for children's social care. I met many foster carers, all of whom are doing excellent work in providing a warm and caring family environment for looked after children. As Councillor Callaghan says, it's continuing. The outcomes for children in foster families are so much better than those placed in sometimes expensive residential homes. And I agree with Councillor Garner here. Shareholders in private companies should not be making money from the public purse, the money that should be going to our children. So the outcomes for our children in foster families are so much better than those placed into these homes, and we need to boost recruitment and retention of local authority foster carers. It's clearly the right thing to do and better for the children to keep siblings together. So surely it's clear why I propose is so important for improving the life chances of our look after children. And just a little bit about the family hub. It's not just talking about putting a different sign up, Councillor Smith. We're talking about making this family hub an absolute centre for people, so everybody knows that they're there, that you can give support. It's not going to be as good as Shore Staff, I don't think. But there we go. Yeah, I'm sure it will develop and get better, and more partnership working will make it work better. But people need to know it's there, and they don't at the moment. That's what I'm saying. Okay, Cokers. Just briefly as well about Oak House. I mean, when it was first suggested in I don't know how long ago, it was a long time ago now, it was going to cost £11 million, and to put the MASH and the customer care centre, that seemed entirely sensible to us. It made absolute sense. But now it's 23 million. It's kind of all singing or dancing and got a whole load of other stuff in there. I just don't understand. And I mean, what are we going to do? You mentioned about it being green, but what are we going to do with County Hall? I mean, you can't just let it go to rack and ruin. So I'm sorry that argument kind of just doesn't stack up. In closing, I want to reiterate the importance of putting people at the centre of our budget. As we emerge from over a decade of austerity and budget cuts, it's easy to focus on the pounds and pence, but no one here, I'm sure, needs reminding that this is a very real and human element to the work this council does. In terms of the work of this council as well, I just want to touch a little bit on behaviour. If we are going to get more young people, particularly women, as councillors in this council chamber, we cannot allow this kind of behaviour. It's absolutely disgraceful. It's intimidating, and it's just absolutely wrong. Okay, so while it is our officers who deserve our commendation and heartfelt thanks for the excellent work in delivering services in tough circumstances, remember, it's our decisions here today that will decide our priorities and set the direction. So I urge you all, support our amendment and join Labour in putting our people first.
Thank you, Councillor Fole. 16 left to go on the list. Councillor Waters, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand today to oppose this hurtful council tax increase, one which will adversely impact residents across this county. What I'm most shocked about today, however, is the fact that the Labour Party will be supporting this council tax increase. Speak to any resident in Hucknall and ask them if they get value for money from Nottinghamshire County Council, and I think we all know the answer. The average Band D council tax would have gone up by 353.79p a year since I became a councillor in 2021. Hucknall has been let down by the main parties for generations, and today the Conservatives and the Labour Party are going to ask residents to pay an average of close to an extra £90 a year, paying more, getting less. Let's look at some of the
there's a bit
reasons.
of noise, Councillor Waters. We're getting excited again. Let's listen to the speaker, please.
Let's look at some of the reasons for the increase. A new council HQ meant to cost 11 million and now costing 26.5 million and accelerating. As someone who works in finance, that's an overspend already of 15.5 million. The Gedling Access Road overspent by 8.6 million, and it had its first pothole within months. A cycle lane on high pavement in Sutton in Ashfield at a cost of £500,000 that nobody uses. If Nottinghamshire County Council was a business, it would have gone bankrupt years ago. I read a statement in the media last week. The Tories were celebrating spending an extra £3 million on fixing potholes. It was in the trusted Hucknall Dispatch newspaper. Yet, when independent councillors advocated spending an extra 20 million on the highways last year, they said, and I quote, it wouldn't touch the sides. Indeed, former council leader Ben Bradley said we needed to spend over £150 million. You know what galls me, Mr. Chairman, that this council has wasted untold millions on bodged jobs on our highways. It makes Oak House look like it's value for money. Since I was elected in 2021, I have asked 8 times for the data on how many potholes have been revisited after not being fixed properly first time. Councillor Hollis has asked, Councillor David Martin has asked, Councillor Helen Ann Smith has asked, Councillor Kane Oliver has asked, and yet the council claim not to hold the data. Has anyone else asked? Yes, Councillor Steve Carr has asked. The council have said on multiple occasions that they don't hold the data. Put simply, they claim they don't know how much money was wasted. This is a lie, Mr. Chairman, or it is at least very misleading. Nottinghamshire County Council have deliberately withheld the number of potholes they have returned to because they don't want residents to know the truth. I tell you now, Mr. Chairman, the amount of money this council has wasted due to bodged jobs is far, far higher than the 3 million they are advocating for today. Yet, recently, the Conservatives, supported yet again by the Labour Party, voted to extend the contract of Via East Midlands. It is a scandal. Tens of thousands of residents will see a council tax increase in Band D of over £100 a year. This is when you factor the increases at the police authority, the fire authority, boroughs and districts. Indeed, in Hucknall, the Conservatives want to go one step further, Mr. Chairman. The Conservatives want to create a brand new Hucknall Town Council. This will increase council tax for Hucknall residents by between £70 and £400 a year. We find this unacceptable and we will oppose this every step of the way. The only council to freeze council tax this year in the whole of Nottinghamshire will be Ashfield District Council. When residents look closely at their bill this year in Ashfield, they will see that only Ashfield independents are on their side. I appreciate times are tough. No council has seen over 1.2 billion funding cuts since 2010 will find things easy, but the reality is that pickpocketing local residents is not the answer. Merging councils like Ashfield with bankrupt Nottingham City Council is not the answer either. I would like to put on record today that I totally oppose Ashfield District Council being merged to bail out Nottingham City Council. Not on our watch. The Labour amendment wants to put an extra £500,000 into combating antisocial behaviour. They are willing to put council tax up by nearly £90 a year to spend an extra 61p a year per person fighting antisocial behaviour. They have already voted to put council tax up on the police authority. In places like Hucknall, Labour sold our police station on Rocknall Road for £1 million. Yet they failed to reinvest the money in frontline policing and expect residents to believe they should pay more for less. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge councillors to vote against this debilitating council tax increase today. No one in Hucknall wants to pay it. No one in Ashfield wants to pay it, and hard-pressed council taxpayers will not want to pay it. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Waters, and just a reminder, we're talking about the Nottinghamshire County Council budget, and I'll move to Councillor Owen, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This is quite an historic day. Irrespective of what happens on May the 1st, this will be the last time that any of us get the opportunity to speak in this council chamber. So I thought I'd say a few words, even though I haven't got a speech written out for me. It's never stopped me before. It won't stop me this afternoon. Thank you for saying that. It's historic in other ways as well, because we've waited almost as long as I can remember for an amendment to our budget proposals to come from the Labour group. I've been on this council now for 20 years, and I don't think I can remember in that time ever there being an amendment to our budget. So it's historic from that point of view. And it's also historic because I don't think I've ever heard such a vacuous, disingenuous and dishonest stance taken by a group such as we've heard from the Ashfield Independents today. Completely vacuous, because they say we're not going to vote for an increase in council tax, and that's a valid stance to take. Perfectly valid stance to take. But perhaps when Councillor Jackson is summing up, you can tell us how much less we would be getting in income if we didn't put on that increase. Because where it's dishonest, which youth centre are they going to close? Which children's hub are they going to close? They've not said one thing as to how they are going to pay for their stance. My colleague here said, oh, well, they're only looking weeks until May the 1st, and that's what it's all about. What I also take issue with, I heard this morning Councillor Perdue Horan accusing us of blowing thousands of pounds on payments because of Ombudsman's decisions. Most of, and I'm glad the Ashfield Independents are starting to take some interest in the work that the Governance and Ethics Committee are doing, because they very rarely attend. So it's nice to know that that they are now taking such an interest in the important work that we do. Most of that money that we supposedly have blown was actually being spent on the education and support for those young people. Is he really saying that it shouldn't have been spent? Is he really saying that? Because I would fundamentally disagree. And yes, there has been a problem in the prompt delivery of EHC plans. And the reason for that is quite simple, and the Ombudsman has accepted this. There has been a dramatic increase in referrals, and secondly, there has been insufficient ed sites to deal with the problems that there have been in producing these plans. Now, that's not our fault, it's a nationwide problem. What needs to happen is, and it's happening now, and so more recruitment is taking place, and we've had officers from the department in front of the Governance and Ethics Committee giving us chapter and verse as to what's being done and the progress that's being made, because that's part of our role. And for those that bother to turn up, it's most interesting and promising delivery that's taking place. So it really is quite wrong and disingenuous, dishonest, vacuous. They tell us only Ashfield is going to freeze the council tax. Well, of course, Ashfield's going to be abolished in the not too distant future. It's very easy.
Don't interrupt the flow. Carry on, Councillor Owen.
My flow's never interrupted. It's very easy when you know you're going to be abolished and you can leave black holes to successor authorities to spend all the money and rack up debt. That's an easy way out. It's an irresponsible way out. So I've no trouble with what they're saying. But to turn to the Labour amendment, oh, surely nobody in their right mind is going to vote for that. How can you? They've got candidates going out in North Broxtowe saying the potholes in this area are terrible. Under Labour, it would get a lot better. But stop taking my lines. Stop taking my lines. But the Politburo have not told their candidates that the way things are going to get better is by cutting the budget. You know, explain that to us. Cut the budget and things get better. Absolute nonsense. That is dishonest as well. But there are candidates, but I think they'll be unsuccessful ones. But there is one point where I agree, and it's Councillor Callaghan, who often brings sense to the Labour group. I don't think she's really a socialist in the truest sense, because she's got a bit too much sense for that. Where she talks about money on children's social care flowing into hedge funds. Well, I'm glad you've joined my thinking, because years ago, and Councillor Jackson alluded to this in his speech last year, I called for a cap on what could be charged. And it's absolutely right that that should be the case. It's scandalous. And for a Conservative to be saying that we should interfere in the market like that is quite significant. It is, yeah. I'm not a socialist. God forbid, a socialist, me. No, dear, heaven forbid. Oh, that I should be like them. Come on now. But for a Conservative to say that we should interfere in the market like that shows just how broken that market is. And it is time something was done. And if the Labour government are prepared to do something about that, I'm delighted and I would back them. But all they're doing is pinching my ideas, because I raised this many years ago and it's time it was done. So I can't support the Labour amendment. It's a nonsense. It really is a nonsense. So pluck something from here, pluck something from there. Don't fill the potholes, but rebrand the children's hubs, the young people's hubs. That's what it says. And how could anybody in their right minds vote for that? I shall vote against the amendment. I shall support the main budget, because it's years of progress that we are building on. Don't talk to me about SEND. I'll take no lectures from you on SEND. I was the one that opened, in our first administration, the Carlton Digby School. They tried to get it built for years, rebuilt for years. Never happened. I opened it at the end of 2013. When we came back into office, we rebuilt. Councillor Cutts is no longer here, but in the chamber to here. But we rebuilt. We pushed through the Orchard School at Newark. Yeah. You know, and they talked to us about SEND. Yeah. And I also started, very early stages, a new school, the plans for a new one in Mansfield as well. So I don't need any lectures at all from the Labour group on SEND provision. We have an exemplary record on SEND provision. And quite frankly, the reason that we had to build a lot more schools was because they, in their 28 years, they don't want you to know about this. They close them. Oh yes, they close them. Yeah, that's what they did. And now they come along and say 1.75 million. Don't repair your potholes, put 1.75 million in, and that will make everything all right. Well, what? Utter dribble. So I urge everyone, vote against the amendment, because it's, well, they're clueless, aren't they? Let's be honest, they're clueless. They're clueless. Vote against it and support the budget. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Wilmot.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak on this very emotive subject today. And I would appreciate being allowed to be heard.
Yes, Councillor Wilmot, do carry on.
Thank you very much.
Colleagues, please, respect.
This year, I get 3 opportunities to vote on this budget. As a member of the Police and Crime Panel, as a member of the County Council, and as a member of Ashfield District Council. I'll let you into a little secret, Council. I really will. I've already voted against the £15 rise in the police part of the council tax, and I will be voting against today's council tax rise of close to £90. And I will also let you know, Mr. Chairman, next week I will be voting for Ashfield District Council's council tax freeze. We have before us today a budget that takes no notice of the desperate position of some of our residents. They are in real financial difficulties, especially with the cost of living crisis. Nottinghamshire residents continue to face financial hardship due to rising costs all over the place. No matter where you go, prices are going up and up and up. In food, in energy, and housing mortgages. Everything's going up, and you're putting an extra burden on our council taxpayers. A council tax freeze would have provided a much needed relief to hundreds of thousands of families in Nottinghamshire. But many of you on that side of the chamber don't realise how the other part of the population are struggling to survive. As members will know, I was praised last year by the NHS bosses for fighting for Hucknall. I told them that I wasn't interested in faint praise. I just wanted a new health centre for Hucknall. I fought to save Hucknall's police station on Watnall Road in our town. Labour closed it. And the money that was got from it, £1 million receipts, should have gone into frontline policing in our town. Did it? No, nothing. And because of that, Hucknall is less safe because of it. And that's why, it's one of the reasons why I voted against the police council tax rise. The people of Hucknall won't pay more for less. And this is what we're asking the people of Nottinghamshire to do today. It is in fact that Nottinghamshire had the worst roads and pavements in the whole UK. I didn't say so. It was in the Nottingham Post. And the county council's favourite newspaper, the Hucknall Dispatch. Many of you will remember the scandal when the Conservative County Council spent more painting on Trent Bridge than it did on roads and pavements in Hucknall. Have things got better in the last 4 years?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of clarification and information. Trent Bridge is maintained by the City Council, not by the County Council.
Thank you for that clarification. And
yeah, I'm told that we paid for it.
Okay, but Councillor Wilmot, carry on.
In 2021, the exact council tax for Nottinghamshire County Council for Bandee property was £1,453.29. Today's vote will see you putting it up by £393.79 since 2021. Incredible. Absolutely incredible that you're asking people to pay that amount of money. It's no wonder more people than ever before in Hucknall are threatening not to pay the council tax. Of course, I tell them they need to. But it's clear that this council tax now is out of control. We, the Independents, feel that freezing council tax for 2025-26 is a sensible and responsible measure that would provide immediate financial relief to residents while ensuring the council still operates efficiently. I do not support the Tories and Labour parties who both advocate a hike in council tax against struggling families, terribly struggling families. This all feels a bit déjà vu for me. It was only a few weeks ago I stood alone at the police and crime panel and said no to a council tax rise, with the Conservatives and Labour voting together to increase it. Today, it is the same. Although I think I have a whole host of independent councillors with me who represent over 250,000 residents in this county. Now, I've been going to a lot of community groups. I've been going to police surgeries with our Ashfield community surgeries. And hundreds of people attend these surgeries over quite a time, say the last 3 months. And I don't know one that's been actually saying to me, oh, it's all right, put up the council tax, you're all right. No problem, we can afford it. No, they've been pleading with me, pleading that we don't put any more burden on their resources. But we are doing today. Many people crying about it. It really is awful. I don't know what to say about that. And I agree with Councillor Waters that money has been spent irresponsibly. Absolutely, over the past few years. It's something that I just can't get over, that we're putting such a burden on Nottinghamshire taxpayers. Not just Ashfield. Obviously, I'm more important. I feel more important about Ashfield issues. But to say that we're just putting council tax up to people that can't afford it, it is absolutely ridiculous. I'm sorry. You can all look at me, but I'm only telling the truth, because I meet so many people over the few weeks that I've been. Last few weeks in community groups. I mean, we've got 89 community groups in Upnor, and still, all doing things within the community, and all saying to me, please, don't put up the council tax. It may mean that we won't be able to feed our family. It's awful just to think about it. Please think about that. Thank you, Jim.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilmot. Right, we're on 13, unlucky for some, so Councillor Lawton next, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am the Cabinet Member for Transformation and Change. Just take this opportunity of thanking my team, Lucy and her cohort, for all the work they put in on my behalf and on our behalf. I've spoken, he's not in the chamber, Tom Hollis. He was 2013 was his first one. My first budget speech was 2001, and then Stan Heptonstall was in the chamber, and likelihood is we might have him back. So people are telling me he's standing as the Lib Dem candidate in Broxtowe. So I will be welcoming him back, obviously. It'd be nice to see him, to be fair. And so there's hope for you yet, Ben, you know. But people do get resurrected. And actually, it's going to be interesting to see what impact Lee has on the Ashfield Independents, isn't it? I think it would devastate them, and so they'll all be looking for a new job. So John didn't go down well, disrespecting the chairman. I have to say, you know, standing on the chair, not really good news, and I didn't really enjoy the antics.
Well, you'll enjoy it even less later on.
Labour. No, talk about the Labour amendment. I won't be supporting the Labour amendment, obviously. It is actually fag packet budgeting. You know, I've done opposition budgets and built opposition budgets with Richard for many years, and this is definitely fag packet budgeting. It is opposition for opposition's sake. Penny, actually, I think you need to get your information correct over what the issues are with the flooding. I just happen to be the chair of the Finance Committee for the Trent Regional Flood and Coastal Committee. And the reason why the Environment Agency is struggling at this present point of time to deliver schemes is because your government has stopped the funding, full stop. So the budget for next year is up in air because of the decision made by your government. So I think what you should do is not talk to the county councillors, actually start to talk to your MPs to sort out the issues as far as funding is concerned through FGIA funding and the Environment Agency. So I've got here, it says, can you believe this lot, the independents, wanting to freeze council tax? 61%, by the way, of people, the recent survey carried out by over the budget survey said they were quite happy for the council tax to go up. So they're fighting, Broxtowe are fighting through the local government reform to stay in the county. So they've started a petition signed by no less than Elizabeth Williamson, Steve Carr, your name's on here, Kane Oliver, your name's on here as well. And so, with amazement, I read, this is not my list, this is the independents list. So they said, the current benefits under Nottinghamshire County Council and why Broxtowe should remain in the county. The first one is, wait for it, superior youth services. Superior. Our youth services are so good, they're superior. And we've got, wait for it, lower council tax. Lower council tax. Wait for it, Scott, all our libraries remaining operational.
Point of order, as my name has been mentioned,
to enhance our local bus services. The place you're talking about.
Councillor Orton, just take a breath for a moment. Point of order, briefly.
Of course, you do realise.
You're breaking my list, you know. I missed it.
Of course, you do realise, Councillor Orton, that was in comparison to Nottingham City, which is appallingly run. Thank you.
Wait for it. Right. Wait for it. Wait for it. Now I'll give you a figure. £100 million investments across every part of our county. Every part of our county. These are not my words. These are your independents, your Ashfield independents. Wait, I've got another one. £50 million allocated to building and expanding schools, including increase in special education needs and disability standing facilities. Well done, the team. I say, well done, the Conservative team. I've got one more. £66.5 million
I really do need
investment
to make this
in our
clear.
road maintenance and pothole repair. Small pothole repair. Good job, guys. You're brilliant. You're brilliant.
Councillor Law, Councillor Law,
Chairman,
just 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Councillor Carr.
Can I just point? This is actually quite worrying, Mr. Chairman, because I have made the point of not signing any petition about this. So I would like to know who has put my name on this petition. Who has put my name on? I have not signed a single petition online. So who over there has put my name on it? It's quite straightforward. They're making this up.
Wait for it. There's a Barbara car. I wonder whether that's a relative.
Yeah.
So what?
Anyway,
What's it got to do with my wife?
Right,
Don't you bring my wife into this. Don't you bring my wife into this. She's not here to defend herself, so shut up.
Councillor
I've added three things to the list. I've added three. One is we've reduced our buildings from 17 to 7. Hey, under his tutelage, haven't we done a good job reducing the cost to our residents?
You're welcome.
The second thing we've done is under Ben's initiative, we've reorganised the whole of adults and young people's services to the benefit of our service users. And last, we have not borrowed a single penny in the last 4 years. Not one single penny, due to the capital receipts that have come in from Keith's department. And can I say, to finish, I will not take one bit of interest in an organisation which has a medium-term financial strategy, which has a shortfall bigger than ours, and it's only a district council. So we need to take cognizance of that they are burdening the new unitary authority with debt. Nothing but debt. So, why are we good? I'll tell you why we are good. We are well organised, we are motivated, and we have a number of seriously good cabinet members and backbenchers which work hard for their residents. Support this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. Right, Councillor Helen Smith, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, for years, this council has asked the people of Nottinghamshire to do more with less, to pay more, get less. Be patient while we get these things sorted, but actually they get worse. Trust us while we fail you some more. And today, Mr. Chairman, with this council tax hike of £90 a year, you're asking them again. But this time we're demanding more with such a disgraceful, condescending message that, well, it's all right because we could have hiked it up more, but we're looking after you and we've only done it by a little bit. Well, you know how you do that? By you actually look after them. You should do what we've done. You do a 0% council tax increase, you freeze your council tax. But not only that, Mr. Chairman, but Ashfield is the only council in the Midlands that offers a 100% council tax relief scheme. No other council in the Midlands does that. But Ashfield can do that because we've looked after our finances. We invested at the right time. We are doing additional services, not scrapping services or slowing services. Mr. Chairman, let me be clear, I will not be supporting this budget today. I will not stand here and vote to pile yet another financial burden onto the hard-working residents of Sutton, Stanton Hill, Tavistock, Skegby. These residents already feel left behind, because they have been left behind, Mr. Chairman. They've been left behind by this Conservative administration, by its broken promises, and by its complete disregard for the people it is supposed to serve. And today by the Labour Party, who are supporting the Conservatives' tax rise. Your two cheeks are the same backside who will get a real spanking on May the 1st. Mr. Chairman, for years my division has been besieged by developers. Not buildings for local people, not building communities, just dumping estates wherever they please, making a quick buck, leaving residents to deal with the fallout. Why? Because this council has let them down. For a couple of reasons, Mr. Chairman. One, this council has literally sold green spaces in my division for development. They have literally sold my residents down the river because in that area it floods and it's been flooding worse since the development started. So they've literally sold my residents down the river. Every time a development's proposed, residents raise their concerns about the traffic, congestion, the pressure on schools, doctors' surgeries, local services. Every time our communities say loud and clear, not without the proper infrastructure. And time again, the Tories have removed Highways objections at the last minute to new developments, allowing developments to go ahead without any real thought for the consequences. And now, what do we have? Roads that were never meant to handle this level of traffic that are now clogged with cars. People are waiting weeks, sometimes months for an appointment because the population has ballooned, but the health infrastructure stayed exactly the same. Parents struggling to get the children a place at the nearest school because new houses have gone up, but there's no new classrooms. And now, after causing all this mess, you're asking people to pay more to fix it. You pay first. Every councillor backing this, and I know we've heard this today, and you're going to hear it a few more times. You should all put £90 directly out of your wallets into the chairman's charity. For all of you that are going to support this budget today. Then there's the 141 that's been talked about quite a bit today, Mr. Chairman. A service that should never even been at risk in the first place. The Tories axed it. They cut off local communities, left elderly residents stranded, forced people to rethink about their jobs, their healthcare appointments, social lives. Did the Tories care? No. Did the Tories listen? No. It took a battle, a fight led by the local residents and local independent councillors who actually care, who refused to accept that rural areas should be left behind to rot. We saved it. But let's not pretend it was a victory, because it's still happening now. The Spira service that covered a big chunk of my division, scrapped, cancelled. There's massive swathes of my division that don't have a bus service at all. So we're not increasing bus services, we're not saving bus services. When I've got, what, nearly 500 residents, 1,000 residents that haven't got access to a bus. It's disgraceful in this day and age that they can't get that simple service that this council should be providing. Rural isolation is getting worse, not better. And this council's only response? We'll charge you a bit more. How is that fair? How is that responsible? How can you justify it? What about Skidby Library? Another vital service. Reduced hours, reduced access, reduced support. Libraries aren't just about books anymore, Mr. Chairman. They're a place for children to learn, for communities to come together. They're warm spaces. Not anymore. They can't be because they're not open long enough hours. People can't get access to them. Mr. Chairman, this is happening across my division. Public services are disappearing, fading into nothing. But somehow there's always money for consultants, always money for council leadership pay rises, always money for the things that suits the administration's agenda. And then when it all falls apart, they turn to residents and say, we want more from you. Well, not this time, Mr. Chairman. This tax hike isn't about protecting services. It's not about making tough choices. It's about cleaning up the mess of this council's own making. Years of waste, years of mismanagement, years of putting party politics above people. And Councillor, when you say that we haven't got a way of increasing the money that we would need without increasing council tax, we told you 5 years ago, 6 years ago, invest it externally. That's what we did in Ashfield, and that's how we've managed to keep council tax low and keep 100% council tax relief scheme. That's the only council in the Midlands that can do that. We told you to do it, you chose not to, so it's your fault. When the roads are crumbling, when the buses are missing, when the libraries are shut, when children can't get into local schools, when they're stuck in traffic because this council let developers run riot, they know exactly who is to blame. This council has failed the people of Nottinghamshire. You have wasted their money, you've ignored the voices, and now when things are at breaking point, you dare to demand more from them. Shame on you. Mr. Chairman, I will not support this budget. I will not support a tax rise that forces my residents to pay for the mistakes of this failing administration. The people of Nottinghamshire deserve better, and they will remember who stood up for them and who didn't. This isn't good leadership. This is failure, and I will not be a part of it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Helen Smith.
Standing order 100, Mr. Chairman, disorderly conduct. I've just had a phone call from my wife, who is watching this online, who is very, very upset that Councillor Lawton used her name in this debate without her permission. And she has also confirmed, Mr. Chairman, that she has not signed an online petition. So she would like to know where you got that from. And she would like to know what action you as chairman are going to take in preventing Councillor Lawton from using her name again without her permission. Thank you.
I think I hear what you're saying, and I understand the thoughts behind it. I'm advised that what has been said, and if you wish to raise, or your wife wishes to raise a complaint, then that is the process to follow.
Just a point of clarification.
Yes,
point of clarification, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Deputy Leader. The Deputy Leader was referring to a petition on change.org that was launched by Richard McRae, who I believe is your group leader at Broxtowe Borough Council. It is entitled Preserve Broxtowe's Independence. Opposed merge with Nottingham City is a public document. Anyone can go on change.org, and your names, Councillor Carr, and that of your relative and the group on your council is referred to that as a public document. Anyone can refer to it.
Anybody can do that online, Mr. Chairman. So somebody has fraudulently added our names to that.
That's
Now, if the Conservative group want to use fraudulent documents, that's fine. But I don't care. He's got no right to put our name on it if he has. You might think this is funny, but my wife is absolutely angry at you, Councillor Lawton. We've talked about picking on female councillors, and you've done exactly the same. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. Absolutely appalling behaviour.
Right. Councillor Carr, thank you for the comments. We need to move on, and the petition, the situation has been explained. Please, can we get back to the subject of the county council budget? And my next speaker is Councillor Oliver.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I too did not sign that petition, so that is very, very interesting. But, however, Councillor Lawton, that is the first time I have seen you crack a smile since I have sat on this council. I actually refer to you as Captain Miserable, but we'll move on from that. So I'm glad you got a bit of enjoyment out of it with this fraudulent claim that you're bringing forward. Anyway, listening to Councillor Sam Smith is a new... Councillor Lawton, are you going to sit down and listen? Thank you. Listening to Sam Smith is a new level of delusional. It's like listening to Matt Hancock thinking he was the hero of the pandemic. Completely out of touch, and now completely out of time. So with all due respect, let's move on. Now let's not dress this up, Mr. Chairman. This is daylight robbery. Today, the new Conservative Labour coalition, causing chaos, expects the people of Nottinghamshire to fork out an extra £90 a year. Not to improve services, not to invest in our communities, but to patch over the gaping black hole left by 8 years of incompetence, mismanagement, and sheer financial recklessness. And they have now the nerve to sit here and tell us that this is necessary, that this is responsible, that we should be grateful that they didn't put it up by more. How patronising. You are a joke. Now let's go and talk about Eastwood, a town that you seem to have forgotten exists. A town left to sink. Streets underwater, businesses ruined, people turned to this council desperate for help. And what did they get? Nothing. No emergency support, no rapid response, and not even a token visit for a photo op. When the people of Eastwood needed you, you abandoned them. And now you show up, pockets turned out, saying, "Oh, sorry, Matt." And it's not just Eastwood. Let's talk about Brinsley, a community suffocating under a crumbling road network, ignored whenever they're asked for infrastructure investment. And how many times have they been promised road repairs, new crossings, safer junctions, and how many times has this council failed to deliver? And then there's Greasley. Where's this council has gutted local services, stripped back public transport, and left... Excuse me, Mr. Bradley, did I interrupt you? No, shut up. I'll do your job for you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And left families and elderly residents cut off. Bus services slashed, social care underfunded, local facilities neglected, and yet you demand more money. Shall we move on to Newthorpe? For once, I'm not just talking about Eastwood, I'm talking about nearby villages, where community spaces have been neglected to the point of dereliction. Parks and playgrounds falling apart, community centres left to rot. And while this council throws money at vanity projects and bloated consultant fees, ridiculous. And then we have Whatnot, where planning chaos has reigned supreme. Developers run riot, infrastructure's crumbling, traffic congestion worsens. But what does this council do? Nothing. The people of Watnall have shouted, petitioned, and begged for real investment, for planning that makes sense, for leadership that actually listens, and instead they get ignored and overcharged. And now, after all this failure, after all this neglect, you expect them as a council, as people that they are meant to look up for, to pay more money. The idea, if I want to speak like that, I will. Thank you very much. Councillor Camilleri. This idea makes sense. If you're so convinced this tax hike is fair, then Camilleri, get your hand in your pocket and pay first.
Yeah.
Every single councillor backing this disgraceful budget should pull out their wallet right now and donate £90 to the chairman's charity.
We're not voting.
I'm not voting for it. Lead by example. Show us how it's done. Come on, Mr. Ben Bradley. You love to be in the limelight. Show us how it's done, but you won't, will you? Because you know it's indefensible. You know that while families in Eastwood, Brinsley, Greasley, Newthorpe, Hucknall, Watnall, etc. struggle to make ends meet, this council has been squandering their hard-earned money. Now, let's be clear. This budget is not about tough choices. It's not about saving services. It's about papering over years of failure. It's a desperate attempt to pass the buck, or rather take the buck straight out of the residents' pockets. And you know what? People are sick of it. They see through it. Eastwood has a long history of standing up and fighting back. This is the birthplace of D.H. Lawrence, a man who wrote about injustice, about the struggle of working people against the powerful. And right now, that struggle continues. Because this council is treating the people of Eastwood, Brinsley, Greasley, Newthorpe, Watnall like cash machines, like their hard-earned money is yours for the taking. Well, I've got news for you. It isn't. This budget is immoral. It's incompetent and it's indefensible. Shame on you for proposing it. I actually looked at you taking leadership, Sam, and I thought there is going to be a young person behind that leadership. Well, you yet again have joined the failure that was before you and the failures before that. So shame on you for forcing struggling families to pay for your mistakes. Shame on you for abandoning the communities and then demanding more from them. And I will not support this budget. I will not stand by while Eastwood and its surrounding villages are bled dry by a council that has failed them on every turn. And before I finish, vote this down, do your job, or get out of the way and let somebody else do it properly. We independents are here, ready in the wings to take over, fix your mess, and put this council back on the side of Nottinghamshire residents. And I'll finish with this. Listening to Sam Smith, I have a better one, is a new level of delusional. It's like listening to Kanye West saying he should run for president again. Completely out of touch. And now you and your party are completely out of time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We are 10 names on the list now. Let's bring some calm in, hopefully. Councillor Barney, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. It seems to me that your opening remarks and joke about pantomimes seems to have been somewhat pathetic this afternoon. But just a word of warning to those who it seems in this chamber, whether they be parties or individuals, who are looking to stand on simply a ticket of change at the next elections. Keir Starmer, bless him, tried that, and Rachel Reeves, and they got into power, and things aren't quite as easy and as wondrous as they thought they would be. Change alone is not the solution, because you know what? This country has got significant structural problems, and we are all in those problems together. And genuinely, and it does break my heart, so you can sob all you like and make little crying noises. I'm not a crybaby, actually. I'm quite a tough guy. But this country needs to work through those problems in an adult-like fashion. We need maturity and sense and decency in politics. And in my view, as a father of 4, 50 years old, we need that now at more than any other point in my 50 years on this earth. This stuff matters. Politics matters. It matters so much. And when we try and reduce what we're doing in this chamber just down to a tweet, a soundbite, a Facebook page, a cheap lump out of somebody's arm for our next leaflet or campaign, we are not doing ourselves or this country or this world even any favours. This stuff really matters. But I always believe in hope. I always believe in optimism. And with that vein, I'm actually excited about local government reform, because local government reform offers us a once-in-a-generation opportunity to rearrange the deck chairs and to act on the goodwill on the behalf of our residents to make every pound in taxpayers' money stretch as far as we can possibly make it go. And why does that matter? Not for our own vanity, not because we want to be in grand buildings and we want to stand and get re-elected. We don't matter. But adult social care really matters. Education, quality education, really, really matters. And you know what? If we're going to get good outcomes with local government reform, it's going to take a level of maturity that I don't think we've seen, really honestly, right across this whole chamber this afternoon. It's going to take councillors that actually can get past their own egos and their own sound bites and actually give a damn for the outcome and the resolutions that we need to get to. People, Chairman, like your good self, who stand with honour, who stand with principle, who are kind, who are compassionate, who are pragmatic, and guess what? Are prepared to listen to others. So I believe that if we can adopt those principles and move together forwards, local government reform could bring great, great outcomes to our great, great county. On this budget, it's been suggested several times today that some of us should hang our heads in shame. I'm not hanging my head in shame this afternoon. I'm proud that I stood for election for the good people of my ward in Leek Ruddington, along with a long-standing councillor, Councillor Regidare. I'm proud of all the times I've got involved in people's intimate personal lives and problems and difficulties and challenges they face. I'm really pleased to be able to help in the really tiny, small way that I can. And I'm really proud, actually, of not the Conservative administration, but this council and what it has achieved through a war on Europe's shores, through a COVID pandemic, through rising fuel prices and challenges. The fact that we are as stable as we are is incredible. And that is down to good management, to good principles, to good people making the right choices. And need I say, not councillors half the time, but officers and our staff and those people that get out there on the front line every day and do the incredible work that they do advocating for our communities. And just in closing, I also want to pick on one other comment that was made about apprentices. I've always believed in being a champion of, those who are up and coming, those coming forward. And I'm proud that this council, during my time, has had two younger colleagues actually represent us as our leaders. I think that says a lot about this group in terms of our willingness to take on, to look to the future. Hopefully these guys will go on being great moral advocates and bringing great change in the political arena for many generations to come. And when Alan Sugar chooses his apprentice, it's because he's the best of the crop. And I think that's what we did in our group in choosing you, Sam Smith. So, big heart of love, no box of tissues, but come on, guys, let's grow up, let's work together, let's leave our political denominations at the door, and let's be decent human beings. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Barney. Thank you for that. Councillor Doddy, please.
Well, what can I say? No, that's incitement. That's incitement.
Councillor Doddy, don't get incited. Just address the chair.
Careful with your words there. There is no greater feeling in the world than following Councillor Barney. And he said, 1 minute, somebody will stand up who is the voice of reasoning. Now, he didn't even know I was following him. That's the type of insight that we need in our county councillors. What a fantastic one. Really, not like Councillor Lawton there, who's got himself involved in a right car crash. Yes, what do you think of that? Not bad for a start. Yeah, for the warm up. Yes. I have to say that it's fantastic. There has been a lot said about certain new additions, but I'm going to say the council started in 1889, some 135 years ago. Councillor Carr was delivering leaflets as a 5-year-old. And you'd never heard of the Reform UK Party. And here, after 135 years, is the first manifestation. Now, don't get overexcited. There may be more after the 1st of May. I'm going to stand today, and this is largely around Councillor Carlton, and I know he's not here today, and he started off by talking about public health. And I'm going to talk. Oh, he is down there. There you are. Yes, and it was beautiful the way he talked about the libraries, and I remember speaking about the importance of libraries in preventing dementia through something called linguistic density. The greater the volume of words that you've got throughout your life, the less likely you are to suffer from that. And a child would have 5,000 words, but an average adult like ourselves, somewhere between 10 and 20,000 words, and that's what protects us as we go forward. He also spoke about the good work that's been done by the Public Health Department, touched on sexual health and its new offer this year and its online offer to reach the people who like to use the services like that. But I would also like to say that there's been good work across other areas, and he touched on mental health. I have to say that the Not Alone website, an award-winning website to protect children and to help the mental illness and help the families, has also been fantastic. I'm going to touch on one more national thing that was trying to get off the ground, and that was fluoridation of the drinking water of Nottinghamshire to reduce dental decay in the children of Nottinghamshire, which we as a council together brought down to the desk of the Secretary of State for Health. So be under no illusion, health and well-being is alive and well. But health and well-being is through public health, the art and the science of delivering health. But the Health and Wellbeing Board says we're going to help every resident to live longer and to live healthier. And therein lies the challenge of Councillor Jackson's budget. The population is not living longer. For the first time in 100 years, the population is dying younger. 100 years. The vast majority of that is thought to be either one of two things, depending on which side of the fence you're on. On the one hand, people would put it down to the socio-economic challenge. On the other hand, people would put it down to obesity. But I suspect that you cannot separate both those two things. So the challenges going forward for public health are, as always, they are the obesity crisis, they are smoking, they are alcohol and drug addiction, like we've touched upon. And these are the big challenges that we need to look at as we go forward. We've heard Councillor Owen going on about certain diagnoses, etc. Because if a child's got a problem and you haven't diagnosed it, he doesn't get any help. And if he doesn't get any help 2 years later, his education has gone down the drain. And part of what we owe is to give every child the best start in life. I'm talking about autism and I'm talking about ADHD. And why? Tenfold increase in children presenting with these problems, and they're going to continue to extrapolate and continue to be a real challenge to the budget going forward. I'm going to say that we have done a lot of good things, but there are a lot of great challenges that lie ahead for us. I'm going to say family hubs, love them, but they do remind me a little bit of children's centres. When a children's centre started, they had a health visitor, they had a nurse, they had people in to help people breastfeeding, they had communities, they had something like a magnet that brought people in to use them, and they thrived. You take out the health visitor, you take out the midwife, you take out the help for breastfeeding, and nobody turns up. And then you look around and say, nobody uses those children's centres. That's right, it's like having a sweet shop and you don't put any sweets in it. People stop going into it because they haven't got any sweets anymore. So I love the family hubs, but what I'm going to say is that we must keep the sweets in the shop. We must populate it with real people who make it a real event to go there and make it a real family engagement, and then they will be incredibly successful. The one thing I'm going to say about public health, and it's very important, is that sometimes you've got to learn, if you're doing something and it doesn't work, you have to stop doing it. And one of the classic examples of that is the over 40s health check. For 10 years, we've been calling people in over 40 to have a health check, paying for it through the public health budget. For 10 years, less than 50% of people have taken that up year after year after year after year after year. And we've all come around, we've all sat around the table and said, oh, how come only 50% of people take that up? Because the other 50% don't necessarily want to take it up. So what we have to start to do in public health as we move forward is we have to start to look, instead of a universal approach to things, we have to look at selective universalism or selectively interjecting in populations that are at the greatest risk, which is the socioeconomically deprived areas, and spend all of the money on the smaller group rather than all of the money on the bigger group who don't require it. So I think there's great challenges going forward, and we may hear more from our chair of Health and Wellbeing at some stage. We've heard some lovely stuff from Councillor Carlton. We have achieved some great things, and in all the animosity that you can hear across the House, let's not forget about our successes, because the successes are there. And I'm just going to finish by saying that those successes could only be brought about by the fiscal prudence and the exceptional hard work year after year after year of Councillor Jackson, and I happily support this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Doddy, and colleagues. Isn't it much better when we're calm and respectful to each other? Right, Councillor Anderson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. The annual budget for the Children and Families portfolio is £176 million. This budget and the services that Nottinghamshire County Council provide is extensive and wide-reaching. Nottinghamshire County Council continues to invest in services for children in care. For 24-25, the budget allocated for these services increased from £102 million to £115 million. Further investment is planned for the year 25-26, with the proposed budget for services increasing by a further £12 million, which is an 11% increase. With this in mind, the Corporate Parenting Panel at Nottinghamshire County Council, which I chair, is a group responsible for overseeing the welfare and development of children and young people in the care of the local authority. This panel includes cross-party collaboration from all groups of the council, senior officers and representatives from various services that support children in care, such as education, health and social services, and indeed foster carers themselves. The main goals of this panel are to ensure that the council is fulfilling its duty as a corporate parent, to monitor the outcomes and well-being of children in care, and to advocate for improvements in services and support. We work to ensure that these children have the same opportunities and support as their peers, helping them to achieve their full potential. The local offer for Nottingham Children in Care provides information about the services and support available for children and young people who are looked after by the local authority. This includes a range of resources designed to help them achieve their full potential, including their well-being. Some key aspects of the offer include educational support, health and well-being support, including health assessments, mental health services and support for physical and emotional well-being, social care services, leaving care services, participation and advocacy services, and financial support. The local offer aims to ensure that children in care have access to the same opportunities and support as their peers, helping them to thrive and achieve their goals. Nottinghamshire County Council continues to work as hard as we can, joining forces with partner councils across the D2N2 area to recruit numbers of internal foster carers, and we are at last seeing some success. The recruitment of more foster carers will then offset the expensive costs of children being placed into residential care, and it has been stated that children in foster homes have better outcomes. The D2N2 Foster for East Midlands Regional Hub is using its geographical research to increase our chances of successful recruitment, and we hope have so far this year achieved 10 foster care. We have finally 12 families currently in the monitoring assessment process for registration. As we seek to continue this gradual improvement in recruitment, a fostering improvement board has been established, giving a voice to carers so that we can better understand their support needs. Any factors that might be deterring potential foster carers from seeking registration, any voids and barriers to finding placements, and ways of encouraging existing foster carers on our books to consider looking after more children if they have the capacity. Last June, we increased the foster care allowances again, having increased them previously in the year 2023. As part of our ongoing determination and drive to recruit more foster carers and ensure the best future for our looked after children. We very much appreciate the commitment of our foster carers and have hosted several long service awards to show our gratitude at the amazing work that they undertake in nurturing and caring for their young people. We are also investing in the Mockingbird Scheme, a global award-winning and pioneering programme which originated in Seattle in the United States, which brings foster carers together into a micro-society with other foster carers where they can support each other, share their experience and knowledge, and care for each other's children, and in fact become an extended family. Further to this, we can continue to invest in and thus increase our capital investment in small residential homes for young people who require residential placements, providing properties that really fit the description of homes, as opposed to the large multi-bed institutions of years gone by. This administration has also revised and reinforced our policy on expanding existing foster homes to enable them to accommodate more children, including sibling groups. This was signed off at Cabinet in September 2023 and has supported families every year, including a lady who myself and Councillor Taylor met at the launch of the Manton Family Hub just this week. Councillor Taylor and Jackson have already referenced our success in supporting children to remain with their families safely and avoid some children becoming looked after, which reflects a cost avoidance of £13.5 million. As Councillor Girling has explained, property officers under his direction have been working closely with Children and Families Officer to identify assets the council already owns that could be repurposed and designed to provide residential capacity for our young people. A lot of thought goes into identifying the right locations for children's homes. Ofsted specify they cannot be placed in areas of high crime or deprivation to ensure that vulnerable looked after children are not living in environments that are unsuitable or reminiscent of the conditions that have originally exacerbated their vulnerability. Last September, we celebrated the opening of the County Council's first Family Hub networks, with families and professionals in Retford, Sutton-in-Ashfield and Newark taking part in the official launch event and having the opportunity to find out what help and support is available. The rollout of family hubs in Nottinghamshire has been and is continuing to offer benefits to families in the community. Some of the key advantages of family hubs are they provide access to various support services, including parenting advice, health services and early childhood education. This helps families receive comprehensive support in one convenient location. This creates a sense of community and using the existing spaces for parents and children to build supportive networks. Family hubs also offer early intervention services and can identify and address issues such as developmental delays or family stress earlier on. This proactive approach can lead to better long-term outcomes for children and their families. Family hubs are also designed to be accessible to all families, regardless of their background or circumstances. This inclusivity ensures that everyone has the opportunity to benefit from the services provided to them and acts as a central point for coordinating resources and services. Many family hubs offer educational programmes and workshops for both parents and children, promoting lifelong learning and development by providing health services such as immunisations, health checks that contribute to the overall well-being of families. In the past, events promoting the Family Hub networks for Gedling North, Rushcliffe, and this Tuesday, Councillor Taylor and myself were delighted to launch the Worksop Family Hub. These rapidly expanding networks cover all districts and boroughs within the county and now operate out of locations including 5 hubs in Ashfield, 8 in Bassetlaw, 3 in Broxtowe, 4 in Gedling, 3 in Mansfield and 5 in Newark and Sherwood. It is no exaggeration, Chairman, to say that Nottingham is viewed nationally as a trailblazer in terms of proactive and sustainable approaches to children's social care, and the array of interventions that are available for our young people will surely make a difference in their lives and the lives of their family going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. We are in single figures, 6 speakers left, and our next speaker is Councillor Martin, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, earlier on I felt like I was on the football terraces, so I think I'll carry on in that vein. And in football, you can't win a match if you don't know what you're doing. And after 8 years of poor management, dodgy tactics, and own goal after own goal, this Conservative-run council has managed to turn Nottinghamshire into one of the worst-run teams in the league. And now, with the season in tatters, they've come running back to the fans, hard-working taxpayers of this county, begging for more money to fix the mess they've made. They say it's only £90 extra per household. They say it could have been worse. That's like a manager losing every match, tanking the club and telling the fans at least we didn't get relegated twice. Well, sorry, but that's not good enough. Now in Selston, my division, it's the forgotten end of the pitch. I represent Selston, Jacksdale, Underwood, Westwood, Jubilee and a few other villages, New Brinsley, Bagthorpe. And let me tell you, the people I represent are sick of being left out on the bench. And every budget we're promised more investment, improvements and better services. And every year we get ignored, sidelined and taken for granted. Take our roads. We don't just have potholes. On Portland Road, Selston, I have a third world track. Some of the roads in my division look like they've been used for a penalty shootout practice with a wrecking ball. And not even going to mention pavements, just like the capital programme doesn't. And what does Labour's amendment do? It takes money out of the highway funding to plug other gaps because, hey, who needs safe roads when you can just slalom around the potholes like a Premier League winger? Take our bus services. It'd be easier to catch a lift off a pigeon passing through than catching a reliable bus in Selston after 9 o'clock or on a Sunday. The routes have been slashed, the services have been reduced, and the people who rely on them, the elderly, the workers, and more importantly for me, the students, they're all left stranded. And let's talk about adult social care, because this council's failure isn't just about potholes, it's about people. And right now, too many of our elderly, vulnerable and disabled residents are stuck in a system that doesn't always work as well as it should. Care homes are stretched to breaking point financially. Carers are underpaid, undervalued, overworked, and some families are getting left begging for help only to be ignored at times in the unheard, forgotten zone. In May, hopefully that will change and the independents will put dignity and compassion back into the care. We will fight to make sure people get the support they need at home when and where they need it. We will stop treating care workers like second-class citizens and start valuing them properly, because society is measured by how it treats its most vulnerable, and right now Nottinghamshire is failing to do its best. And the worst part is this mess was avoidable with the right funding model, and I'm not talking about private insurance. Selling off the assets, planning ahead. Oh, sorry, I've lost my track here. For years, the independents have told this council how to fix things. Investing in income-generating assets, be more business-minded, plan ahead instead of constantly being reactive. Selling off the assets and use of reserves is not a sustainable financial strategy. That's what we did in Ashfield. We froze the council tax. We invested in regeneration, jobs and public services. We turned a profit of over £4 million a year. That money that subsidises services rather than cutting them. It's a different approach, right? Had this council listened to us at the time instead of arrogantly ignoring us and deriding us, they would have generated over £28 million a year this year alone. So now, after years of bad tactics and wasted chances, they're staring down the barrel of financial disaster. And who are they sending the bill to? The hard-working taxpayer. And then Labour's amendment is the equivalent of a last-minute substitution that immediately scores an own goal. They're shuffling money around and taking cash from the highways funding to paper over their own failures. They expect residents to pay twice to tackle crime because the Labour Police and Crime Commissioner is missing in action, and nowhere is that more felt than in Selston Division. They expect residents to pay double for economic development because the Labour Mayor doesn't have a game plan that anyone knows about. And then they have the sheer brass neck to pretend they've been against Oak House all along. You must be joking. Let's talk about the misconception, right? So let's talk about Mercury House and Piazza building, that back in the days of the policy committee, it was decided to move out and build Oak House. So collectively, the cumulative cost would have sustained the status quo for another 15 years here and at Oak House and Piazza, which incidentally is not on it's on a fantastic infrastructure links. It's always been said that Oak House and Piazza up at Sherwood Business Park haven't got good infrastructure links when they clearly have, because you're building Oak House down the A611, which uses exactly the same roads as they do. So had you used the hindsight, we could have stayed here for another 15 years. And government reorganisation will probably mean that what we've done is not going to be used anyway. So that's the hindsight of that's the benefit of hindsight, isn't it? So it seems like with an election looming, we're rewriting history faster than a dodgy VAR decision. No wonder Labour can't find candidates to stand. The new Labour candidate for Selston lives in Plesley. I mean, Labour are going to be wiped off the map, I think, in May. I really do. I'm sorry to say that, but they are. So the final whistle is about to blow, and we know May the 1st is the big fixture. And football fans always say it's a game of 2 hours, but the Tories are desperately trying not to get relegated as the seconds tick out in extra time. And Tories and Labour have spent years fumbling every decision, wasting every chance and bottling every opportunity. You could have done it a different way. That's what I'm saying. So they've scored more own goals than the Sunday League on a night out after a Saturday night out at Oliver's. But on the 1st of May, the real match begins, and this time, hopefully, it'll be the independents stepping onto the pitch. Yeah. In Ashfield, we've proven we know how to run things. We froze council tax, we built, invested and regenerated. Yeah. We've protected services instead of cutting them. We've fixed our parks, roads and community facilities because of our prudential financial management. And that's, we have, but you'll find out that they're on a 50-year contract. So if we do get government reorganisation, they've still got 44 years to go. They've still got 44 years to go, Ben. They make $4 million a year.
Let's not have a little conversation going on
here.
So
to the people of Selston, Jacksdale and Underwood, and to every resident across Nottinghamshire who know this, the Tories have lost control of the game. Labour can't even get off the bench, and on the 1st of May, it will be the independents' time to take the lead, because Nottinghamshire deserves better, and on the 1st of May, the independent team will deliver it for you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Kerry, please.
Eric. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know how he got that timing right, because I'd just like to respond to Councillor Martin and his football analogy, which I wasn't prepared for, but having been involved in football a little bit, I can sort of answer some of his points. So the analogy is, if you ran this football team and you didn't want to put the prices up and your players wanted extra wages, what are you going to do? Are you going to sack some of your players or sell some of your players and get relegated? Very sensible. I love it. But you're not being honest. You're not saying what you did not say what cuts and changes.
Point of order, Chair.
What cuts and changes you were going to make.
We have a point of order.
Yeah.
I did, if you were listening. I said we'd make the investments that were needed in order to sustainably, to financially support the council in a sustainable manner, instead of taking assets and selling them and dipping into the reserves.
Thank you. Carry on, Councillor Kerry.
Yeah, and I think the result of borrowing money with no guaranteed return is the kind of risks that our residents are going to take. That's my opinion. I'm quite able to take my opinion, Mr. Chair.
Go on, then.
Mr. Chairman, there's only one council in Nottinghamshire criticised by the local government association for their borrowing, and it's Rushcliffe, and that's for not borrowing enough and not being ambitious for their residents. There's only one council. Ashfield's had an entire clean bill of health by the independent auditors and the local government association. The only council failing Nottinghamshire residents is Neil Clark's.
Thank you, Councillor Zadrozny. Councillor
Point of order. Point of clarification.
Very brief clarification, and then we need to carry on with the county council budget, please.
It's quite simple. It's not a question of Rushcliffe have not borrowed enough. They don't borrow anything, therefore they don't cost the taxpayer anything. Therefore, all the money can go in delivering services and not servicing debt. So let's get the facts right.
Thank you, Councillor Kerry, please.
I'm glad we've got some clarification about the claims made by Councillor Martin, and I still haven't had the question answered what cuts would be made in this council should their proposed budget that wasn't even proposed had been accepted in this council. I don't know why you didn't propose it. You seem to know a lot about it, but you didn't do it, did you? Certainly about the estate and Councillor Girling, we had a scrutiny review of the whole estate and we visited, did we not? All around. And the biggest thing I saw was old, out of date, not fit for purpose properties, costing a lot of money, and speaking to the staff that were in there that said, please, can you find us some decent working conditions? I believe we're on that path. We're actually on that path. Ask the staff, ask the officers if they think their staff are going to be happier in the new facilities, and you might get the right answer. So I'll leave that one now. Austerity. Councillor Paul, sorry, she's gone. Austerity started in 2009-10 when we took control. The Labour government were going to cut grants by more than George Osborne did, by a 0.2%, I believe. So austerity would have been worse under Labour. And Mr. Burns said he got no money. Within a few years, economy, gross national product had grown to what it was under Brown before the collapse. Conservatives and the Lib Dems at the time, Councillor Carr, put it right. No, we put it right. Absolutely. So this thing about austerity, sometimes austerity actually is a really tough thing to have to go to, a really hard thing to have to do. But if you look at the transformation of services, the improvement in efficiency, the quality of services that we provided in this council over the next number of years is amazing. And the catalyst possibly was austerity. I don't know. Maybe it was happening at the time, but it certainly worked. So we've got no cuts to services, improved delivery of services, less money for taxpayers. It's wonderful. I'll move on to some of our local things. 510 bus. Thank you for supporting our local buses. It's really important to, particularly the elderly in our community, me included. So thank you for that. Flooding. Who mentioned flooding and whatever? Yes, Councillor Garner. The biggest flooding issue in my patch, parts of my patches, there's lots of trees. And I've got pictures on my phones showing from last October, November, leaves in the gullies or near the drains, in all the roads in the village. And I asked for these to be cleaned, please clean them, etc. Then we got the rain. By the way, Councillor Owen Broxtow has helped, and in the last couple of weeks, they've been cleaned. But all the width of detritus in those streets has gone from over 3 feet, 4 feet, down to a feet, rotted away, all that kind of stuff. But most of it washed down the drains. That's why Councillor Clark has increased the budget for drain cleaning, because of, in my view, it could have been better if others had done their jobs properly. And I'm sure that other people around the county have had similar things where their leaves aren't swept. Okay. Thank you for some of the highway stuff we've had done. It's been tough, we know. We're getting more money, we're going to put more money in. Welcome that. And even one of my, down the road where I am, it's a number 6 cycling route. And the cyclists on there are moaning like for a number of years to get that done. It's going to be done. It's fantastic. Thank you for that very much. Broxtow Family Hubs. Looking to go to one soon for an opening. I'm really looking forward. Thank you very much for your hard work. I'm sure our kids and families will welcome that place they can go and get help where they need it. And Chilwell School, the last government proposed finances to get our school done, rebuilt. I've asked a number of times, and it just appears that everything's gone quiet, and our Labour government don't seem to be interested. Please let me know through your MPs if that's going to change. But please, we need a new school. It's an old class school. It's falling apart. It's costing a load of money. Please, please help us to sort it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kerry. Right, we're on the final stretch now. 4 more speakers plus the original mover of the motion and the mover of the amendment. So, Councillor Gordon Wheeler next, please.
Thank you, Chairman. If you just happen home straight, I'll try and be as brief as I can. Councillor Carlton earlier on mentioned, as did a lot of other councillors in this chamber, our support for the wonderful people in Ukraine. What I need to add to this, please, is a huge amount of work our officers are doing to support the Ukrainian community. And Councillor Carlton and I were at a meeting yesterday where Mark Hall explained to us the huge amount of work he's doing and others supporting him in reaching out to our Ukrainian friends. And let's not forget those who are supporting our Ukrainian communities in their homes and have been for over 3 years now. And sadly, the way things are moving, possibly a bit longer. So let's bear that in mind, please. Very, very important we do that. David, you just take a lot of stick from you across there. So I'm on your side of one thing. You mentioned the Police and Crime Commissioner being invisible. I think the word you used, or something close to that. Couldn't agree more. Perhaps he should have a contact with a civil neighbourhood board meeting, and it turns up. He doesn't tell him anyway. In fact, as far as I'm aware, I've asked him to come to my division. Didn't even reply from his office. No reply at all. Benny's got a hand up. Presumably he came to Westminster, got division in Labour. But nothing there at all. So, yes, I do hope he listens, acts upon it, and does turn up occasionally. Just occasionally will be nuts. John, I know you're very passionate about your own community and you do a lot of work in there. But when you go back to community, can you tell them what Council has done for the library? Because at one point you were telling everyone it's going to close. You remember that? You don't remember that? Oh, well perhaps we'll remind you of that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter now. We'll pass over that. We'll just go over that gently. Look at the amount of money that's gone into it. I'll carry on.
Carry on, gentlemen, please.
Carry on.
Yeah, carry on, Councillor Wheeler.
I'm delighted the amount of investment that's gone into the library. And what you have now, John, I'm sure you'll be very pleased with it too. And go and tell your community what Councillor Carlton's done for your library. Some of the people look community fund. Now, I know you don't get what you want always. I understand that. But we've got a local communities fund. Lots of other councils haven't got that. When you consider the pressures, financial pressures we're under, we still have a local communities fund. Now, if you're not, everyone in the community can't get what they want. Sadly, there's not enough money around there. Please do not take it out on officers when you get the feedback. They are doing everything they possibly can in very difficult circumstances to be fair and equitable right across the piece. But what you can do is when you ask your support bids, make certain those bids are properly written and submitted with all the evidence they need. So you don't get disappointed groups turning up saying, well, why was mine unsuccessful? Well, because you didn't actually meet the criteria. So a bit of help to your groups would be really welcome indeed. People want our training standards often, I wouldn't say get forgotten about. We don't necessarily acknowledge as much as we should the amount of great work they do. Selling illegal vapes. They've taken shopkeeper to court very successfully, and he's been fined for selling illegal vapes. It's just one example of what's being right across the piece in that. That was a shop in Ashfield. A fraudster has been jailed for actually running shoddy workmanship or no workmanship at all and ripping people off. And let's be honest, people who get ripped off are those who can afford to be ripped off, but they're the ones getting ripped off. Not for trading standards, you wouldn't get what's happening in the courts. Small team who work so hard to bring these people to justice. So please remember that in everything we do. Well then, now, thank you for your time, Councillor, Mr. Chairman, because I know you've got other speakers as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler. Yes, we do have other speakers, and my next speaker is Councillor Cotty.
Thank you, Chairman. My colleague, Councillor Clark, promised that I would explain more about the important and well-documented issue impacting our budget, namely home to school travel assistance for young people with specialist educational needs and disabilities. Councillor Clark is correct that the small underspent forecast of our SEND transport budget this year will be misleading, because this is, in fact, a budget under unbearable pressure. Last February, knowing the pressures that were forthcoming, we front-loaded money into the 21 million SEND transport budget as a short-term measure to meet demand, and on face value, we are on course to slightly underspend that amount this year, and this does not mean demand is sustainable over the medium and long term, far from it. The House of Commons Public Accounts Committee, of which Nottinghamshire's own Councillor Michael Payne is a member, recently declared a SEND emergency, asking government to set out its plan to rescue what is called the failing special educational needs system. They recognise that home to school transport for children with SEND has seen a 33% real terms cost increase since 2015. This council is doing what it can to manage expectation and mitigate financial pressure. We have begun our own wide-ranging review of the SEND home school to school transport, the process, including appointing project manager to identify all options to keep provision sustained into the future. We're working on increasing the availability of SEND places to reduce travel times, developing and making better use of our in-house fleet, increasing use of personal transport budgets and direct travel assistance payments, conducting pilots around changes to operate, responsibilities for the forthcoming new Ravensdale Special School site, and improving transport information available for and communication with families and schools. But despite these measures, and notwithstanding Labour budget amendments seeking, in a quick headline, we will need national level solutions to this problem. That includes more funding, but also seismic reforms that create more realistic expectations about we can and cannot deliver for families with SEND children. We also need the greater regional coordination and buying power over public transport provision that will hopefully come through online with EMCA. Likewise, any more towards a unitary council structure could provide an opportunity to remove duplications inherent in the two-tier system and work in a more cost-effective way regarding SEND policy and indeed other areas of policy. Take, for example, our waste management responsibilities, another part of the transport and environment portfolio. Critics often highlight waste management as a prime example of the pointless bureaucracy on the two-tier system, borough and district councils collecting waste in different ways to varying standards across the different parts of the county before handing that waste over to the county council for disposal. A shift to unitary council structure with a single approach to waste management brings the prospect not only of operational savings, but also the opportunity to negotiate changed or new waste contract arrangements from a stronger position. In the meantime, this council continues working to provide a first-class waste disposal service for our residents, particularly through our household waste recycling centres. As a former leader announced last year in full council, we will continue to protect and, where necessary, improve our HWRCs at Bilsthorpe, Calverton, Giltbrook, Hucknall, Newark, Retford, Warsop and Worksop. We will also be protecting, not closing, Beeston Household Waste Recycling Centre, contrary to misinformation currently being spread in the leaflet by a former Liberal Democrat county councillor who is not in this chamber and will invest in a new HWRC for West Bridgeford, located within a couple of miles of the existing outdated, constrained and inaccessible site. Moreover, we intend to replace the Kirkby and Mansfield HWRC in a new, better centre in the immediate vicinity, not miles away, not minutes away, but right in that area, with the full range of all singing, all dancing services like those available to residents in what is probably our beacon facility, Newark. Providing accessible, good quality facilities for waste recycling is a clear priority for this council, having declared a climate emergency at the start of this administration and having stated our ambition to become a carbon neutral in all our activities by 2030. Councillor Clark mentioned early our success in persuading more people to leave cars at home. We've had a huge success promoting bus travel, including investment in increasing the number of zero-emission electric vehicles on our roads. We have also continued to promote cycling, rolling out a range of active travel schemes and walking, investing in numerous pedestrian routes and footpaths. And during this administration, we completed this council's award-winning LED street lighting conversion project, which has seen us replace 95,000 conventional sodium street lights with environmental friendly LED lighting across the county, generating over 20 million of energy cost savings for the taxpayer since the project began in 2014. We've reduced our annual energy consumption by over 135 million kilowatt hours and cut carbon emissions by over 107,000 tonnes. This month, the project to install more public electric vehicle charge points on residential streets in the county reached a key milestone as we begin a 10-week tender for infrastructure suppliers, with this council leading on behalf of a consortium of 4 other councils across the region. Through the Local Electric Vehicle Infrastructure or Levy project funded by the DFT, our consortium has been allocated over £17 million, from which Nottinghamshire has been allocated £5.5 million to install charge points in areas where residents don't have access to off-street parking, such as driveways and garages. We currently have solar photovoltaic panels on over 40 council buildings, generating approximately 1 million kilowatt hours of electricity per year. And Chairman, with trees being the ultimate carbon capture and storage machines, I had the pleasure just before Christmas of travelling shovel in hand to North Broxtowe to perform a ceremonial planting of the final tree in the newly created Monarch Wood near Wiley Wood Farm. Monarch Wood has been funded through the government-led Trees for Climate programme and is sponsored by the Woodland Trust, our own green investment fund, and Greenwood Community Forest, of which Monarch Wood now at the site, which was acquired in 2022 and as part of the County Council's commitment to planning of 250,000 trees across Nottinghamshire, a target we will achieve next month. To this end, we secured in summer 2022 our success in the fact that Monarch Wood and another new woodland created by Bestwood Country Park became the first in the Midlands to be awarded Platinum Woods status by the Woodland Trust. So, Chairman, a lot of work and investment takes place under the Environment heading greenhouse gas emissions by 39% since 2019, progress towards net zero on a journey we, EMCA, and any new unitary authority have a duty to continue. So I will be supporting the administration's budget proposal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Coxey. And Councillor Roger Jackson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I won't keep members long, but I'll just say I've been a councillor now for
well over 20 years. And I have to say, Councillor Richard Jackson's budget is probably one of the best ones I've heard over that time. It has fulfilled the commitments of our services and addressed the needs of our residents. And I thank Richard for doing that. I mean, Labour have come up with an alternative budget, but they just probably messed around with the little figures a bit, robbing Peter to pay with Paul. And they're probably relying on Rachel from account to give some handouts out. But we have to remember the government now is what, the highest borrowing government in history? So any money that comes forward is borrowed money. So we all know what happens with borrowed money, we have to pay it back. But at least they had the ability to put an alternative budget forward. I'm just listening to the Independents all afternoon, waxing lyrical about everything they can moan about. Just about everything's wrong. But how do they put it right? Have they not got the ability, the brains or the brawn to put an alternative budget forward? How are their residents going to vote for a group of people that do not moan about everything but don't know how to put it right? We know Ashfield finances are in disarray anyway.
Carry on, Councillor John.
Well, it sounds like I hit a bit of a raw nerve, Chairman, but we all know that the truth always hurts. And I've just ended, Chairman, with a comment my friend Andre Calamari always says, this is the Conservatives getting things done. And with Richard Jackson's budget, this administration has got things done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. And the final speaker before we go into summing up is Councillor Camilleri.
Thank you very much. There's been some great speeches today. It's been a bit of fun, and I've enjoyed it. But I'm getting a bit tired now, so if it's not as exciting as normal, I'm sorry. Chairman, I rise today to support the budget recommendations, and I would like to take this opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to our Section 151 officer, Nigel Stevenson, and its exceptional finance team for invaluable support in helping Councillor Jackson and myself to maintain the county's finances in a strong and stable condition. Well done. Thank you very much. My colleague, Councillor Jackson, is right that the Labour government budget presented more problems than solutions, especially the economic development. Businesses both locally and nationally have experienced concern. A survey by the Confederation of British Industry found that nearly 2/3 believe the budget will make Britain a less attractive place to invest. The Office of Budget Responsibility has warned that a larger state will crowd out business activity and investment, pushing living standards by 1% by the last 5-year forecast. The Times reported a rise in UK businesses in severe financial stress, with many blaming the increase in national insurance contributions and the national living wage as the last straw. And we all know what the farmers and the pensioners think. The Mansfield business community, like every other, share these concerns, but we breed them tough in Mansfield, and many will find ways to survive. Though I'm occasionally told I focus far too much on Mansfield, I do represent Mansfield South. And all I can say, Steve, if you've drove down Newgate Lane, it's as bad as that, why didn't you report it and get it sorted some years ago? With the election coming up, I'll continue to champion and shout out for the town. I want to see this budget approved and our Conservative administration re-elected so that we can continue delivering for the town that I love. There's an old saying, though, you only realise how much you miss someone when they're gone. And I hear that sentiment often from residents about my colleague and former MP from Mansfield, Ben Bradley. People tell me that Ben Bradley delivered more for Mansfield in 7 years, especially his 3 years as county councillor, than the previous MP did in 30. And I lived in Mansfield, and that's a fact. Ben's leadership helped bring us the £30 million Ravensdale Send School, the largest capital investment in Mansfield ever. £30 million, and that wouldn't have come with, designed for 160 young people with special needs. And the good news is it will open later this year on budget and on time. This achievement would not have been possible without the hard work and dedication of the outstanding investment and growth team led by Councillor Girling along with my own persistent effort, because I've thanked them to keep the project moving along. Since 2017, Conservative administrations have protected services that have long since been cut in other areas, such as libraries, bus routes, youth service and community funding. Local Conservatives in Mansfield have achieved more for Mansfield Walsall in the past 4 years than any Labour or Independent councillor did in a decade. That's a fact. In Mansfield alone, Conservatives secured £72 million in levying up funding, which, once Mansfield District Council gets its act together, will revitalise the town. The old Beals building, that's going to be done. Well, I don't know if it will be done now. The White Hart Street Heritage Course, it's been going for 40 years. That's been on for 40 years. Nothing's been done. You've got the money, get it done. Burial Park upgrade, you've had the money for 3.5 years. Get it done. Stop messing about. And we've also managed to secure the funding to redevelop the notorious Sainsbury's Junction on the A60. We've actually got the money. We're delivering on our promises to get things done, and we have. We're concluding this administration with a budget gap of just £18.5 million in our medium financial strategy to 2029, which is a small gap compared to other county councils facing shortfalls well over £100 million. Meanwhile, I've got to mention, Jason, you don't mind. Meanwhile, neighbouring Ashfield District Council is forecasting a £17 million budget gap by 2027-28, which is larger than the County Council's budget gap for next year, and only £1.5 million less than our projected shortfall of the whole of our MTFS, when our net budget is £668 million and yours is only £22 million. Makes you think.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order, Mr. Chairman. The entire budget of Ashfield District Council is only 12 million. So that figure sounds like utter baloney.
Thank you.
It's more of a clarification.
The fact is, I don't want to labour on this because I get bored and listen to you. The fact is, they've been living on tick, spending money they haven't got and leaving it for us to clear up. Ashfield District Council know that they can't afford the proposed council tax freeze, but perhaps they think someone else will pick up the tab. They'll certainly need the £407,000 recovery grant they're getting. Nottingham County Council is receiving nothing to recovery grant for being a responsible and proper council. That's a fact. It's frustrating that well-managed councils like Nottinghamshire are being penalised for doing the right thing, while others with massive budget deficits gets rewarded. Independents in debt and Conservatives getting it right. That said, I'm willing to criticise my own side. Okay, Jason. That said, I'm willing to criticise my own side if we get it wrong. Richard Jackson has rightly pointed out more than once that Conservative governments dropped the ball on fairer funding. Yeah, that's fair enough. A promised fairer funding review from 2016 never materialised, and that failure cost the East Midlands, including our council, even before Rachel Reeves landed us with their growth stunting budget. That's a good word. This has made today's budget more difficult to balance, especially with the challenges created by Rachel Reeves. Let's see if the new government can do better on fairer funding. They've launched a consultation. I don't know how many they're going to do. They've launched a consultation on creating a fairer system of local government financing. But don't hold your breath. Labour could have given us a multi-year settlement last December and chose not to. They did promise us that, by the way. Nottinghamshire, along with other East Midlands Shire councils, have been historically underfunded. The 40-odd years you were in power when nobody else was, you run this county down on its knees, right? Right. Council recently reported, the county council network recently reported a £54 billion funding gap facing rural councils, driven by rising costs in adult social care, children's services, and home-to-school transport. We all know that's a fact. So all your plans where you don't raise your council tax, the kids are going to miss out. The adult care will miss out. All of them.
Point of order, Chair. We're here to talk about
the county council budget, not actually.
Well, you've been talking about every other budget in the world except your own. The reason is you've been talking about everybody else's budget because you haven't got one of your own.
Yes.
Right. The CNN. Let's carry on. It's took me ages to write this speech. Let me finish. The CNN has warned that failure to address this gap will undermine local government services. The creation of the East Midlands Combined County Authority, EMCA, holds great potential. Thanks, Ben. But only if it's matched by more funding for the region. Ben Bradley made significant progress securing the East Midlands deal, but we still need to see assurances that the promised £4 billion will be delivered. In the meantime, Nottinghamshire Council look forward to doing what we always do, and we will continue presenting the best, most sustainable and balanced budget for the council. We'll keep services like libraries open to ensure accessibility to all residents. We'll repair and resurface roads as much as we can to maintain infrastructure and improve safety. We'll provide great youth services to support the next generation. We'll improve our schools to give every student the best chance of success. We'll provide the right care for people of all ages, ensuring for those in need, both the old and the young, because we do care as much as you do about that, because I'm old and my kids are young. Keep council tax below the maximum, maintaining affordability for residents. Once more, Chairman, they don't like this. It's a case of the Conservatives making things happen, keeping the promises and getting things done. I support this no-coach budget. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Cavalieri. Now, colleagues, I now need to call the mover of the amendment, Councillor Creamer. So, are you still with us, Councillor Carr? Councillor Creamer, if you would like to...
I'll ignore the comment from the sidelines. But anyway, just in summary up, both the mover and the eventual seconder of the main budget seem to spend an awful lot of time attacking the Labour government and other governments. So just on that, before starting my yes, I agree with one of my colleagues earlier on that all national governments don't treat local governments at whatever level with the respect and the fundings they deserve. But a government that's only been in power for 5 months come December and then giving a budget and breaking one promise for 2 years, I will give them that one. Next year, I probably won't give it them.
That's right.
But national governments only been in town for 5 months. They deserve it. We got funding. We got a better funding than was expected in the first place, and granted, it was for 2 years. So I get this funny feeling just looking over here that you're not actually going to actually vote for our amendment for some reason. It actually puts people at the heart of our council budget, and it looks like independents will vote in the same way. Again, I think that just doesn't look like it, obviously, so, despite not being bothered to put an amendment in themselves. Other Labour members already addressed our proposals, deliver on the priorities of residents. But in summing up, I want to address some of the points made by members of other groups. Because I made some notes on it. Jackson?
Yes, look into it.
Oh, let's get on. Oh, one of the ones, Councillor Lawton made the point that we're only putting this as a fag packet budget on amendment, and we're only opposing for opposing's sake. If that was the case, we would oppose absolutely everything you do. We don't. We're quite happy with the family funds. We want it to go further. So we didn't oppose because we think we can do better at something. We think you're doing wrong on something. We don't do it just for the sake of it. That would be a complete waste of time. We wouldn't bother turning up if we wanted to do anything. Councillor Bradley suggested that 1.75 million is an insignificant sum to address the problems we send in Nottinghamshire. But it certainly wouldn't be insignificant to thousands of parents and children currently being failed by this council EHCP delivery. Right. He referenced the hard-working frontline staff. Absolutely correct. A sentiment with which we concur, but he refuses to support an amendment which will provide them with support they desperately need to deliver for residents, specifically those who cannot access the necessary support until they have been issued with the ECHP by this council.
And Councillor Owen was actually correct when he was summing up some of the reasons. Again, we want to improve that. So, not arguing with you, Councillor Owen, you were correct in pointing out some of the problems. And again, Councillor Taylor, we are right with problem our family centres, but we actually want to go further. So, and again, thank you. We were at the opening of the Netherfield one. It is an excellent service. Needs more, as you're already doing. We want to improve it again, not just for opposition's sake. Councillor Smith says that our amendment merely aims to paint over a few family hub signs. I think he should probably consult his cabinet members and their officers who would tell him there is desperate need for brand awareness, enhancing the service profile. This is a worry, lack of knowledge from the council leader and a key pillar of children and family service in Nottinghamshire, particularly given that 200,000 is a modest sum for the council that would achieve significant gain for the Family Hubs programme. I compare that to what Councillor Doddy was saying earlier about the over 40s and people not going in. A lot of people don't go in because they didn't know about it, which is quite right what you said, not just the sweets weren't there, they didn't know about it. So actually putting some information there is a good thing and will help you get into the sweet shop in your analogy. Highways. Yes, Councillor Gunn, more people support 20, particularly in built up areas. It is increasing. I heard shouts from there saying, no, we don't. Most people in their own areas, they live in a gutter but want 20 miles an hour. We've got it in several areas around me because I'm so close to the city. There's no complaints about that. Only complaints about, funnily enough, speeding. I have to put it, I'm baffled to why the tourists have decided to spend critical revenue money on potholes when the East Midlands Mayor has pledged £75 million. So this about we're robbing the 330 million to play something else. No, we're not. There's £75 million coming to this area. We're not sure. It's going to be somewhere between 15 and 18 million coming to that. So we're addressing other problems you've got. It's not robbing Peter to pay Paul. You're ignoring Peter just to look after Paul. Slightly different. We spend this money on making streets safe. We will spend the money on making streets safer and improving life chances for our children. Can't start they inherited a significant backlog of road maintenance in 2017. And why was that? As everyone in this country and country remember, 2017 was 7 years into the Tory government austerity. As they starved local government funding, as Councillor Clark said himself, we have operated within difficult financial circumstances. Well, the circumstances were even worse when Labour last ran this council, as David Cameron and Theresa May literally took food out of children's mouths and picked the pockets of local authorities. Courtside had to take a back seat to the Tory government, forced councils to choose between people and potholes. And yes, both are important, but people are just important, more important. Councillor Ottman himself that money from MPCA has the potential to boost highway spending almost 30%. This only further reinforces our confusion as to why the Tories decide to capitalise critical revenue, spend that could instead be spent on caring for our children and tackling crimes in our street. And yes, misrepresenting the 1.5 million we put aside as well, going from, was it 4% to 2% or 6% to 2%? But it's actually 1.5 million extra. So the 4 million you are spending on pavements, it would be 5.5 million. And if you listen to it as well, we said that would be a start. So whatever that came from MPCA as well will hopefully be on top of that. So we're not ignoring roads and we're not ignoring pavements. It's already been said by others and not even in our group that pavements are important, very important. Oak House. Councillor Gurley understandably got defensive over protecting his legacy project. But I'm sure he knows in his heart of hearts it was a mistake. Just one that can't back out now without looking foolish. The staff don't want it, councillors don't want it, and the public can't get to it. Location is lacking in proper transport links and is unsustainable for what's supposed to be a civic centre of the county council, which is the failure that occurs when our focus on legacy over practicality. So mentioned during my said about as a building, as an office is fine. It's not fine as a civic centre. When it comes to did we support it all the way through? No, we didn't. We supported the building because, as Councillor Gurley quite rightly said, it was going to be built anyway. It was the extra use of the building as a civic centre, and closing this one down is the issue. Regardless of that 50 million that nobody has fully explained where from, when only a few years ago 12 million was paid in actual rewiring and refurbishing this building. So yes, it would need more doing, but how much? I don't know for sure. When we're on about environment, when we're on the environmental movement, yes, it's more environmentally friendly. We've got the River Trent coming out here where we could pick up actually heating from with heat exchanges. No problem. But looking into that, the officers have quite done the work about 4 or 5 years ago, 2 different types of systems. We've got a car park out there that you can actually put solar panels on. So, yes, we could make this more efficient. Would it be as efficient as Oak House? Perhaps not. But the issue with us isn't just Oak House, it's here.
Can we just
So Oak House,
last minute or so,
Oak
Councillor
House, we
Creamer.
agree, was always going to be there, one way or another, for the MASH and all the rest of it. But we could use this more efficiently. Other councils have actually used parts of their building, rented out. Gedling, for instance, got health service, police, bits on it. We don't have to move. So on that one, Councillor Holly suggested that the Labour group were given an exclusive tour of Oak House. There's nothing exclusive about it. We were there, yes. We were in our protective group, but I understand that the Conservative group are there tomorrow. And I don't know if you've booked a meeting or not, but it's certainly not exclusive. If you ask to go, you'll be able to go. If you're going to argue about something, at least see what you're arguing about. We disagree with you, but at least we've seen it.
You've voted for it 7 times.
Not 7 times. The building. When you actually listen, the use of the building. That's a civic centre. No, we know it, and it was us.
You're in your final minute, Jim.
Final minute, and it was us that took it to scrutiny. Yeah, we voted for scrutiny.
You're killing it.
Well, I'm doing a good thing then, aren't I? Why are you complaining?
Have you finished, Councillor Creamer?
Oh, yeah. In closing, I want to just emphasise our night is discussing an actual budget thanks to a Labour government giving us extra money that we can actually talk about, even argue about how it's being done.
Thank you, Councillor Creamer. And finally, please try and listen. Finally, I'd like to call Councillor Lawton, please. Councillor Richard Jackson to reply to the debate before the vote is taken. So,
yeah, thank you very much, Chairman.
Smile, Richard, smile.
Shut up. They say, Jim, you should leave them laughing, and you said, Chairman, can I start by thanking a few people? First of all, to thank you for the way you've handled this meeting. A little bit heated once or twice, but you sort of smoothed it out in your usual way. I want to thank Nigel Stevenson, our 151 officer, and his whole team for right throughout the year, and particularly in helping and assisting us and the opposition groups who want to put opposition budgets together as well. And I particularly want to thank someone I forget to thank most years, and that's our group researcher, Carl. Carl is an unsung hero in the budget preparation. He does a huge amount of work behind the scenes in supporting all the cabinet members and all of our backbench members as well. So we're very grateful to him. I'm going to start just by talking about the Labour amendment. But before I do that, I do welcome actually Councillor Creamer, Jim. The first time I've heard since the 4th of July, a Labour member actually prepared to say it's not unconditional support for this Labour government. And if you are prepared, as we were when there was a Conservative government, to stand up to the Labour government, to tell them they're not being treated fairly, we will back you up. But just be careful, because you might end up sitting where Maggie is, because your policy, your party these days. Someone mentioned a Politburo earlier. Well, they're not a patch on it. They don't seem to like dissent. So if you want to stay where you are, you might have to rein that in. But anyway, look, if I can just talk about the Labour amendment, I'm grateful that Labour members support over 99.5% of our revenue budget. I made clear earlier today, though, that we would not be supporting their amendment. Colleagues on this side have made several very good points and given reasons why we're not going to support Labour's budget proposal. I was listening. I think several Labour members made some reasonable points why we shouldn't support their amendment as well. Look, with elections just 10 weeks away, it's clear that the amendment wasn't just an amendment for today's debate, but it's a blueprint for what Labour would do if, and it's a big if, they're in control of this council in May. This amendment is their blueprint for at least the first year of a Labour-controlled authority, if that's what we end up with, and that's not just words. They've got a record for this. It's exactly what they did in 2013, they changed their budgets, and in particular that they reduced the highways budget. So expect it. And for everyone who had schemes on the list that the leader read out earlier on, don't make no mistakes, they're in jeopardy. And we should be telling people they're in jeopardy if we have a Labour council, because you've let the cat out of the bag today and told people exactly what you want to do. Councillor Kramer points to the extra money coming from ENCA, and he's correct. It may have a Labour mayor, but everybody knows it was the Conservative, Ben Bradley, who secured the East Midlands devolution deal that is now funding ENCA, and we haven't got the total amount of funding, Ben, that you secured, and let's hope we get that in the future. At the moment, the biggest question is whether the Labour government will honour the rest of that money. Oak House, well, look, I mean, through disposing of Oak House, what Labour will have to do over the next few years is find about 50 million. I think he said it was 56 million. This building needs spending on it to bring it up, make it a fit-for-purpose building, something as near as energy efficient as possible to Oak House, a modern building which has all those qualities. Now, if you're going to have to find that 50 million, it's got to come out of the capital programme. You need to level with people to tell us which schemes in the capital programme you're going to cut to do that, because you would have to. There's no magic money tree. You're not going to find a way out of it. So you'd have to cut schools, you'd have to cut road building programmes, you'd have to cut all the other fantastic projects that are in the capital programme over the next 3 or 4 years. So level with people and tell them exactly what you would do to do that. They've also committed by moving out, by not occupying Oak House, to keeping the MASH and the contact centre in some very expensive rented buildings.
£500,000.
Where are they going to find £500,000 a year from? They're not telling us that either. They do seem, Chairman, to be a little confused. They've been telling us for 4 years that it's not their job to propose alternative budgets, but today they did just that. And the leader again told us today, as she has for the last 4 years, that the money we've saved taxpayers over those 4 years by not going with the maximum council tax increase that we could have done is a tiny amount of money. Chairman, it's £22 million that is still in the pockets and the bank accounts of council taxpayers in Nottinghamshire, for them to spend on their priorities rather than to spend on their behalf. And Councillor Pole also told us that their amendment isn't cutting the highways budget. Councillor Kramer repeated it. It is. It's taking £3.3 million out of it. It might be putting a little proportion back in, and we might be getting some extra money from EMCA, but we're getting that anyway. We're getting that anyway. So which schemes from the list I've already talked about are they going to scrap? Again, they're not telling us. Labour are promising. They're promising £480,000 for enterprise funding from cutting our money for roads. Instead, they should have a word with the Chancellor, who has done far more than £480,000 worth of damage to enterprise with a tax blitz on employers. Councillor Kramer says we've neglected residents affected by flooding. Actually, we've overseen delivery of £175 million of flood defence projects since 2017, and there's much more to come, as Councillor Lawton said earlier. Turning to independent members, Chairman, independent members seem equally confused. To be fair to them, at least over the last few years, they have put forward alternative budgets. But now, just weeks before an election, they've chosen not to. What are they hiding? What are they planning? They've all spoken against the 2.84% council tax increase today, and yet 12 months ago, they were more than happy to vote with us on that same council tax increase. And whilst they're right to say that Ashfield District Council isn't increasing its council tax, it is increasing its council house rents. It's increasing them by 7.7%. That's a 7.7% increase on a much larger figure than the council tax that they levy. So let's have no more nonsense about protecting the council taxpayers of Ashfield, because those who rely on council tax, on council housing, will be paying a huge amount more. What's that? 3 times inflation, isn't it? I'm not going to touch on everything that members have said. You'll be pleased to know at this time of the evening. I am going to just say, in response to Councillor Garner, yes, we do want to continue improving our roads. That's why our own extra investment and the money Ben brought into the region for ENCA will see spending on highways increase 30% from 55 to 72 million, as Councillor Clark has already said. I will just respond to Councillor Owen, who asked me a direct question about how much we would be losing in terms of income by not taking the council tax increase that we're proposing. It's 13.9 million in the next financial year, but of course those who understand what the government finance will know that's multiplied out year after year after year, because it's permanently not there, and so it increases to something way over £55 million where was those who wanted to freeze our council tax fines £55 million from over the next 3 years, and what would they got been able to do it? So, Chairman, in summary, this is a responsible budget. It's a budget that protects and enhances services. We are one of very few upper tier authorities that are refusing to do the Chancellor's dirty work and to levy her maximum council tax increase, and we are one of even fewer who are, can't even remember right now, we're one of fewer who are proposing no cuts in our budget. What's not to support, Mr. Chairman? And I look forward to everybody getting behind us on this.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. So we now need to move towards the voting. There will need to be separate votes on both the amendment and the motion. I will take the vote on the amendment first, followed by the motion. As set out in the Constitution and required by law, there must be a recorded vote on any budget amendment and the final motion using the recorded votes procedure. The Chief Executive will call the roll and will inform you of the result. I will then announce the result and move on to the next vote until all votes are complete. Is that clear? So please remember to use your microphone when giving your vote, and I will now hand over to the Chief Executive.
Thank you, members. So firstly, we're asking for your vote on the Labour Group amendment, the recommendations for which are in your pack on pages 205 and 206. So we'll start with Councillor Adair.
Against.
Councillor Adams.
Against.
Councillor Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Bailey.
Against.
Councillor Barney.
Against.
Councillor Barnfather.
Against.
Councillor Bradley.
Against.
Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Callaghan.
For.
Councillor Camilleri. Councillor Carlton.
Against.
Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor John Clark.
For.
Councillor Neil Clark.
Against.
Councillor Corden. Councillor Cotty.
Against.
Councillor Creamer.
For.
Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Doddy.
Against.
Councillor Eddy.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Fielding.
For.
Councillor Fole.
For.
Councillor Garner.
Against.
Councillor Guilfoyle.
For.
Councillor Girling.
Against.
Councillor Gowland.
For.
Councillor Henry. For. Councillor Henshaw.
For.
Councillor Hollis.
Against.
Councillor Introna.
Against.
Councillor Richard Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Roger Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Kerry.
Against.
Councillor Lawton. Councillor Lee.
Against.
Councillor Madden.
Against.
Councillor Martin.
Against.
Councillor McGrath.
For.
Councillor Moxon.
Against.
Councillor Rogle.
Against.
Councillor Oliver.
Against.
Councillor Owen.
Against.
Councillor Pringle.
For.
Councillor Perdue Horan.
Against.
Councillor Quigley.
Against.
Councillor Saddington.
Against.
Councillor Shaw.
Against.
Councillor Helen Ann Smith.
Against.
Councillor Sam Smith.
Against.
Councillor Tom Smith.
Against.
Councillor Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Turner.
Against.
Councillor Upton.
Against.
Councillor Waters.
Against.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
Against.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
Against.
Councillor Williamson. Councillor Wilmot.
Against.
Councillor Zadrozny.
Against.
Bear with us.
So, colleagues, the result of that for that Labour amendment was 11 votes for, 49 against. So, I now need to now need to hand back to the Chief Executive. So, please pay attention.
Okay, thanks, members. We're now asking you to vote on the substantive motion, recommendations for which are on pages 70 and 71 of your book. And as ever, we'll start with Councillor Adair.
4.
Councillor Adams.
4.
Councillor Anderson.
4.
Councillor Bailey.
4.
Councillor Barney.
4.
Councillor Barnfather.
4.
Councillor Bradley.
4.
Councillor Butler.
4.
Councillor Callaghan.
Against.
Councillor Camilleri.
4.
Councillor Carlton.
4.
Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor John Clark.
Against.
Councillor Neil Clark.
4.
Councillor Corden. 4. Councillor Cotty.
4.
Councillor Creamer.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Doddy.
4.
Councillor Eddy.
4.
Councillor Elliott.
4.
Councillor Fielding.
Against.
Councillor Fole.
Against.
Councillor Garner.
4.
Councillor Guilfoyle.
Against.
Councillor Girling.
4.
Councillor Gowland.
Against.
Councillor Henry.
Against.
Councillor Henshaw.
Against.
Councillor Hollis.
Against.
Councillor Introna.
4.
Councillor Jackson. Richard Jackson.
4.
Councillor Roger Jackson.
4.
Councillor Kerry.
4.
Councillor Lawton. Councillor Lee.
4.
Councillor Madden.
Against.
Councillor Martin. Councillor McGrath.
4.
Councillor Moxon.
4.
Councillor Ogle.
4.
Councillor Oliver.
Against.
Councillor Owen.
4.
Councillor Pringle.
Against.
Councillor Perdue-Horan.
Against.
Councillor Quigley.
4.
Councillor Saddington. Councillor Shaw.
Against.
Councillor Helen Ann Smith.
Against.
Councillor Sam Smith.
4.
Councillor Tom Smith.
4.
Councillor Taylor. Councillor Turner. Councillor Upton.
4.
Councillor Waters.
Against.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
4.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler. Councillor Williamson. Councillor Wilmot.
Against.
Councillor Zadrosny. There with us.
Thank you, colleagues. The vote for the substantive motion was 37 for, 23 against, and there were no abstentions. So the motion is carried. So thank you very much. Now, finally, we're nearly there. I just need to announce the raffle winners from today. So thank you, everybody who bought raffle tickets for the which is raising funds for Headway Nottingham. The first prize, which was the famous Grouse whisky, a litre bottle, was won by Councillor Barnfather. So congratulations. And
Wait for it.
The second prize, which was the gin and tea mix, was ticket number 736, and that was won by Councillor Perdue-Horan. And no, there's a bit of gin in it as well. And the third prize, which was the shortbread biscuits, ticket number 700, and that was won by Councillor Gordon Wheeler. So well done. We've raised today £231 in the raffle, along with a couple of mobile phone interruptions. So thank you, colleagues. And today it's been a serious meeting today. It got a bit heavy at times. I understand that we're in a political arena, but just remember that we are here serving the public, and sometimes we need to remember what perception might be people who watch how we're behaving. So I'll just leave that thought in your minds. But thank you everybody for your contributions and for your time. We're not too badly over normal time, and safe journeys home. And we look forward to the next meeting in March.